Tutoru paisanos, it's me, your boy Dorb. And rejoice, all 3 people that were interested in seeing Steins Gate return. It's back. Normally, after like a month, I'd probably drop a stream. I can't fucking remember a lot about what happened in the storyline that we're in right now. I like started a new branch, and I don't really remember where I left off. It has been a month. But I don't know. I'll give it a stream and see how it feels, and maybe continue it. I don't know. Anyways, give me just a second. I almost started a new game tonight, but I kind of felt guilty about not finishing Steins Gate 0. So here I am. Alright, time to figure out where the fuck we left off, I guess. Load. Good question. The orbital eclipse. 11 hours, 50 minutes. Seems like... Nope. Pandora's box. 12 hours, 47 minutes. So... It's not that one. 1149 is what that one is, and it's really far back there. I think that's my save for when things get fucky. 1350. Gehenna's Stigma. Let me see if I can find the guide for this real quick. Yeah, Gehenna Sigma is that branch. Then... Is Pandora's box also on that? God, why did I save them like this? I think orbital eclipse might be the right one. Let's see. Orbital eclipse. Okay, and then that branches into the ending at... January 2nd. Okay. I think I know where I'm at now. All right. Here we fucking go. I'd have to call her or contact her via Ryan. Which would be faster.
ちょっと電話させてくれ。
This seems familiar, but maybe too far back. I pulled her number out of my contacts and called her. I made it through after a few calls. I don't think this was it. I don't think this is right.
いや、そうじゃない。聞きたいことがあるんだ。
手短にお願い。 Her irritation was plain from her voice, which meant that she hadn't solved whatever problem with Amadeus was. Whatever the problem with Amadeus. Fuck. I'm gonna have to learn how to read again.
ダメ。
システムが落ちてるのか？
違うわ。アクセスできないのよ。
Which meant
何者かがアマデウスのシステムを乗っ取ったのかも。
taken over Amadeus? But why?
ごめんなさい。もういいかしら。原因が解明できたらこっちから連絡するわ。
She hung up on me.
マホタンなんて？
アマデウスが何者かによって乗っ取られたらしいって。
乗っ取りか。
モーツァルトつながりで何か関連があるかと思ったが。
I couldn't say anything yet. Fragments of these strange incidents were scattered all around me. That's how I felt. If I could pick up all the pieces and connect them, would I find the answer? For example, Amane Yuki's injured left arm. What did that mean? Hmm?
もしもし。
助けて。
クリス？
助けて。岡部。
In that instant. Oh, yeah. I think this is where I left off. I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black. Okay, cool. I felt like it was floating up from the bottom of a black pit. My mind slowly began to clear.
ここは。
I slowly looked around the room. There was no way I could mistake it. This was the Future Gadget Lab, the place I'd been just a moment ago. There was nothing unusual about it, except for the fact that everyone was missing. They'd been here just a moment ago, but now they're all gone. I looked at the clock. It had been just about 3 p.m. when I'd finally finished my call with Maho. Only a few minutes had passed. Even if I passed out, it was impossible to imagine all of them leaving me here. Which meant...
まさか。
I took a slow walk around the room. There were other strange things. Daru's PC, for example. There was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard, as if no one had used it for a while. And then the corner of the room. Normally, that's where Mayuri put her bags. The paper bags where she always put the cosplay outfit she was working on. I didn't see them there just a moment ago, but wait, sorry. I'd seen them there just a moment ago, but now they were gone. Could this be?
また世界線が変わった。
But why?
そういえば。
Kurisu's words from before.
助けて。岡部。
Why would Kurisu say something like that? Did it have something to do with the world line shift? I took the phone out of my pocket and went to start the Amadeus app, and then stopped.
消えてる。
The Amadeus icon was gone from my phone.
どういうことだ。これは。
My mind raced to try and come up with an explanation. But of course I came up with nothing.
落ち着け。とにかく状況を確認するんだ。
I needed to calmly find out what this world line was like. I was about to walk toward the door to find out when, the back of the room, I heard a sound from the back of the development room, which no one ever used anymore. Someone was there. Who? Daru? Mayuri? I slowly approached. I almost couldn't breathe. I never forgot. I had never forgotten her. The girl standing there was Makise Kurisu. Is this the right chapter? Hold on. Antinomical duel. Did I fuck up? Just checking real quick. I'm not entirely sure I'm on the right route for the guide. But the other one branches to something completely different, so, who knows? Makise Kurisu was looking down at something. Kurisu couldn't be here because she was dead. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? But it seemed far too realistic to be a hallucination. Still, it felt like that if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. What was she staring at without even moving a muscle? She was so still that I thought she must be a hallucination after all, but then she finally exhaled a little and slowly turned around. My throat was dry and I couldn't speak.
来てたなら来てたって言いなさいよ。黙って立ってたらびっくりするじゃない。明けましておめでとう。それにしても珍しいわね。あんたがここに顔出すなんて。岡部？
クリス。クリス。なんだな。
新年早々何言ってるのよ。大丈夫？何か悪いものでも食べた？
Even her slightly peeved expression.
クリス。
何？
And the gentle flash you sometimes saw in her eyes. And this.
どうしたのよ。本当に大丈夫な。
Even her warmth.
あんた急に何を。
It wasn't a hallucination. Or an artificial intelligence on a screen. It was the real Makise Kurisu.
岡部？
The real live Makise Kurisu.
ねえ、岡部、お願い話して。
すまない。でももう少しだけこのまま。
あんたもしかして泣いてるの？
I realized for the first time that my cheeks were wet. I felt her soft hands on my back.
心配しないで。もう平気だから。
クリス。
大丈夫よ。大丈夫だから。
She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back, and wrapped her arms around me, like a kind mother holding a child.
すまなかった。
I finally calmed myself down. She was still there. She still existed. Now that I calmed down, I realized what that meant.
気にしないで。無理もないわよ。私だって時々あるもの。そういうこと。
そういうこと？
思い出したんでしょ？まゆりのこと。
No. That's right. Kurisu was here, which meant that this was the Alpha World Line. The world line without Mayuri. The world line where Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished that this was the world line beyond Steins Gate. That it was a new future which someone else had opened for me. But of course, that was too good to be true. There was no way for me to know what had happened. But I must have made my choice. To give up on Mayuri. There was the future where she was gone. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst. I think that this is the ending that I was supposed to go to. I wasn't given an option, I don't believe, to not answer my phone. So I think this is like the intermediate chapter reading or leading to the branch. Maybe? I'm not sure. It's been a while. Oh, oops. I was doing RPG Maker controls. How had she died?
Okabe?
Was she pushed in front of a train? Did they shoot her? Or...
落ち着いて。
Kurisu's tiny hand wrapped around mine.
ね、ほら、深く息を吐いて。
Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down.
ごめん、私が余計なこと言っちゃったから。
いや、そうじゃないんだ。そうじゃ。
薬飲む？水持ってくる。
I rummaged through my pocket and found a small box of pills. It was the same anxiety medication that I already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I looked around the room while Kurisu got me some water from the tap.
ねえ、岡部。どうしてここに来たの？ここにはずっと寄りつかなかったでしょ？橋田も来なくなったし。
誰も。
ええ。
The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there were a few places like Daro's PC that were covered in dust, but the rest seemed to have been regularly cleaned.
お前はクリスは来ていたのか？
時々ね。じゃないと寂しいだろうと思って。
I didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the Future Gadget Lab. She loved the time that she spent with all the lab mims here.
ごめんね。
どうして謝る？
だって
I waited, but no answer ever came. What was she apologizing for? For talking about my Yuri? For making me remember? Or for making me choose?
クリス。
何？
あ、いや、なんでもない。
If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. If I just stayed here like this... What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. And still, I was happy to be back in this world line with Kurisu. As I was sad over losing my Yuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here. Even though I didn't have the right. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel, twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I'd done that wrong? I'd already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Kurisu. But with Kurisu in front of me, I was already starting to waver. Should I go back to the beta world line? Should I send the D-mail?
Huh?
The D-mail.
そういえば、電話レンジカッコ仮はどうした？
どうって、あんたが破棄させたんでしょ？忘れたの？
ああ、そうだったな。
The phone wave, name subject to change, no longer existed, it seemed. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence had made us a target of CERN. But without it, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here in this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted. Which meant...
ねえ、岡部。悪いんだけど、何か飲むもの買ってきてくれない？
飲むもの？
ちょっと喉乾いちゃったのよね。できれば温かいものがいいわ。
インスタントのコーヒーぐらいなら作るぞ。
Wasn't that what Kurisu had always made me do? 2 cubes of sugar, no milk.
コーヒー切らしちゃってるのよ。
わかった。
Yeah, I should go. I want to get outside and think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った甘いやつね。
ミルクは入れないんじゃなかったのか。
寒い日には思いっきり甘ったるいものが飲みたくなる。
了解だ。
I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway.
何？
いや。
It felt like if I took my eyes off of her, she'd disappear, but that was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部。しっかりね。
子供じゃないんだ。お使いぐらいできる。
そうね。いってらっしゃい。
My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside the lab. Evidently, meeting the living Kurisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her or what to say anymore. Even though I'd spoken to Kurisu, or Amadeus Kurisu, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I still couldn't believe it though. Was this really the Alpha World line? No, if Kurisu was here, it had to be. But then why? Who had caused the world line change and how? That call from Kurisu. Was that what triggered it somehow? No, I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just wanted to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. I don't remember how to do this. Is this it? Okay. Attractor field. A world line convergence. How's this the first fucking time we've seen a tractor field? Okay. A world line convergence zone and the standard accepted model in quantum mechanics in 2036, following the many worlds interpretation of the Copenhagen interpretation. According to the model, many world lines gather in a world branch called an attractor field. Attractor fields are zones in which all world lines will eventually reach the same end result, making the interpretation deterministic in nature. Major splits in the world line at the attractor field level are called world line trunks. One pre-2010 example of a world line trunk occurred in the year 2000. I'd stopped letting the whims of fate rule my life. There was nothing left that I could do. Suddenly, something seemed very wrong. Kurisu's words a moment ago, what had they meant?
Okabe. しっかりね。
She couldn't mean to. I turned around and rushed back to the lab.
クリスクリスお前それ
参ったわね。見つかっちゃったか。
She was just where I'd seen her for her the first time, standing and looking toward the back of the development room. In the depths of the darkness, in the spot that just a moment ago had been covered by a cloth, I saw an old microwave with its door taken up. What the frick's a microwave? A cooking appliance which heats foods by bombarding it with electromagnetic waves, microwaves. Originally called the radar range. The microwave was invented with a radar technician accidentally discovered that electromagnetic waves could warm food. Afterwards, research continued, and the consumer appliance version was launched in America in 1947. The phone wave named subject to change. Future gadget number 8. It was the gadget that changed my fate. No, the fate of the world.
どうしてそれは破棄したんじゃなかったのか
ええ、破棄したわ。これは私が新しく作り直したの。言ってみれば電話レンジ買いね。
Wow.
正しくはカッコ仮がつくんだった。それなら電話レンジカッコ仮買いになる。
名前なんてどうだっていい作り直したってどうしてそんなことを
過去にメールを送るためよ。メールを送って世界線を変えるの。うん。あんたにとっては戻すって言った方がいいのかもね。世界線を。これ完成したのはね、実は1ヶ月以上前なの。それからはひたすらここに立って送るべきか送らないでおくべきか悩み続けてた。それがまさかあんたの方から来るなんてね。
お前何を
ねえ岡部、あんたついさっき別の世界線から来たでしょ。それもベータ世界線から。違う？
気づいてたのか。
そうでなきゃあんたがあんなことするはずないもの。
あんなこと。
だからあんな風に私を抱きしめたりとか、そういうことよ。
It was all so wonderful. Sorry. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her.
さらに言えば、その世界線の変動は誰か別の人の手によるもので、あんたが好き好んで変動させたわけじゃない。当たってる？
すべてお見通しというわけか。
どれだけあんたのこと見てきたと思ってるのよ。いや違うからな。見てきたって別にそういう意味じゃなくて、違わなくもないけど。とにかく。
She took a deep breath and looked up at me.
あんたがベータ世界線から来たってことは、あんたは過去に一度その世界を選択したってことでしょ。
She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything, but even so, I couldn't let her know. Admitting that would mean admitting that I'd left her to die. There was no way I could do that.
すまない。
In the end, that was all I said. But that was an admission all the same. But instead of looking sad, she...
謝るなバカ。あんたが自分で決めたことでしょうが。だったら自分の選択に自信を持ちなさい。
She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Krisu was right. I was the one who chosen the beta world line. But
それにね、あんたは多分間違ってなかった。さっき来たばっかりのあんたは知らないだろうけど、この半年間、あんたはずっと自分を責めてた。そんな素振り、私には決して見せようとしなかったけど。
it was the same. It was the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the beta world line.
でも、どうしてあげることもできなかった。だって、あんたの苦しみは私のせいだから。私を生かすために、あんたは苦しんでたんだから。でもね、それも今日で終わり。終わりにしなきゃいけないのよ。だって、このままじゃ、あんたはずっと罪の意識に苛まれて、最後には押しつぶされちゃう。
同じだ。
どういうこと？
どっちにしても結局、俺はずっと後悔するんだ。マイリを救えなかったこと、お前を救えなかったこと、アルファ世界線にいてもベータ世界線にいても、それは変わらない。
So maybe I should just stay here.
しっかりしなさい、岡部倫太郎。
クリス、
なんて顔してるのよ。あんたらしくない。私の好きな法王院京馬さんはもっと自信に満ちた顔してなきゃ。
Hoen fucked it up. Hoen Kyoma, huh? There was a name I hadn't heard in a long time.
あんたは正しい道を選択したの。マユリを助けるっていう選択を。それは決して間違ってない。
It's so weird playing a visual novel that doesn't make me physically ill. Corpse Party has given me a new, deep appreciation for how good this is.
でも俺はお前を。
いい？今あんたがここにいるのは、そうね、夢を見ているだけよ。
夢？
そう、夢の中であんたは私に会った。ただそれだけのこと。と、そう思えば少しは気も楽でしょ。
Kurisu sighed a little and laughed.
これだけ脳の研究が進んでいるのに、夢を見るメカニズムって実はまだ明確にはなっていないのよね。眠っている間に脳内では記憶の整理が行われている。その過程で発生するのが夢だっていう説もあるけど、要するにここはベータ世界線のあんたが迷い込んだ夢の中の世界。あんたの頭の中を整理するためにね。そしてこれが夢ならいつかは目を覚まさなきゃならない。そうでしょ？
でもこれは夢なんかじゃない。現にこうして。
I reached out and touched her cheek.
現にこうしてお前はここにいるじゃないか。
感触だって脳が感じさせている機能の一つよ。
She took a quick step back. The sensation of her cheek disappeared from my fingers.
だいたいここにいてもあんたは幸せにはなれない。ずっと後悔の念を拭うことはできないの。そしてそれは私も同じ。
ベータ世界線でも変わらない。俺はずっとお前を助けられなかったことを悔やみながら生きてきた。
だけど少なくともマユリは幸せでいられるでしょ。
マユリは
She doesn't know anything. Because that's what I wanted. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. For now, that wish was still coming true, but
あんたはマユリに笑っててほしい、そう願ってる。私も同じなの。ということはやっぱりあんたの選択は間違ってはなかったってことよ。
I'd finally met up with her again, but she was here, alive, right in front of me, but
もう
she walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration.
いい加減にしなさい、岡部倫太郎。一度出した結論でしょうが、あんたはここにいちゃいけないの。帰らなきゃいけない。夢から覚めなきゃいけないのよ。だってもうそうやって苦しむあんたを見ていたくないから。
クリス。
さあ、これ以上は時間の無駄よ。私はやるから。
She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will, her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had been standing there in front of the phone wave named Subject to Change. Thinking back, she'd probably already made her decision. Without anyone knowing, without anyone to say goodbye to, she'd chosen to go to a world where she no longer exists. And it had probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. She probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this is what she'd chosen after all that. I didn't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong.
ねえ岡部、夢から覚める前に一つ約束して。
約束？
ベータ世界線に行ったら私のことは忘れなさい。
That was just the opposite of what she'd said that day. That day, the day when I'd chosen the Beta World line, she said to me, "Don't forget me." But now she was asking for the opposite.
忘れるなんてそんなことできるわけないだろう。
She was always like that. She always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could.
言ったでしょ。これは夢よ。夢は普通起きたら忘れるもんでしょ。
She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her. But
子供の頃に見た悪夢は今でも覚えてるぞ。
誰が悪夢な？誰が？
it was all I could do to keep from breaking down. But that was probably the same for her.
とにかく私のことは忘れること。今日あったこともこれまであったことも。それが私の望みだから。
She turned around and stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄満。嘘ついたら海馬に電極ぶっ刺す。指切った。
随分と語呂が悪いな。
ほっとけ。
Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this is what she wanted. But still,
クリス、
our voices overlapped.
どうした？
あんたこそ何？
なんでもない。ただ呼んでみただけだ。
The name of the person I cared for.
偶然ね。私も同じ。
The name of the person I loved.
ねえ、あんたは覚えてる？私と初めて会った時のこと。
忘れられるわけがない。何しろ強烈だったからな。
それを言うならあんたの方こそ。あんた、あの時はまさかこんな風になるなんて思ってもみなかったわ。まさかあんな出会いでこんなにも。
Would lead to meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now.
まったくだな。
I couldn't say it, but
でも言っとくけど、私たちの出会いも覚えてていいのは今のうちだからな。
even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら忘れなきゃいけないんだからな。
Even just for a second.
分かってるよ。
Just for an instant.
そんなに簡単に忘れられるんだ。
If it would just last a little longer.
お前が言い出したことだろ。
Her voice.
そうだけど、そんな風にあっさり言われちゃうと、それはそれでムカつく。
The way she moved.
忘れろと言ったり、忘れるなと言ったり、一体どっちなんだ？
Her smile.
冗談。嘘よ。嘘。
なんだ？嘘なのか？
そう。嘘。
Just a little longer so that I could remember it all. But I was out of time.
岡部。それじゃあ。ね。
Those words were the sign that the magic was over.
あ
There were a million things that I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurisu smiled, satisfied, and turned back toward the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave, named Subject Change, started to boom and crackle like thunder. There was a long, long countdown. The whole time Kurisu faced away from me. And I just watched. The noise got louder. The countdown continued. And then it was time.
岡部。いい、目覚めよ。
Kurisu turned around with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. And then I woke up from my short dream. Color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. The lab started to come into focus. I could tell immediately that the world line had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes, but she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. I felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the Alpha world line. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room. And now everyone was here.
おかり、どうしたの？具合悪い？
いや大丈夫だ。
Mayuri.
お薬飲みますか？
平気だよ。心配ない。
Nukako. And...
本当に？無理しちゃダメだよ。
Oh yeah, I forgot about Kaguri. Shina Kaguri. If Mayuri and Kaguri were here, that meant that I was back to the Beta world line.
ちょっと腹が減っただけだ。朝から何も食べてなくてな。
もうオカリンさんたらダメだよ。ちゃんとご飯は食べなきゃ。ダルおじさんみたいに大きくなれないよ。
ああ、なるくらいなら一食抜いた方がマシだよ。
Damn. Huh?
だったらマユシーが何か作ってあげるよ。え、ママが作れるの？もうかがりちゃんまでそういうこと言うんだから。これでもね、最近はユキさんにお料理教えてもらってるんだよ。あ、じゃあ僕が手伝うから。
待ってくれ。
すみません。僕手伝わない方がいいですか？
いや、そうじゃない。そうじゃないんだ。
I looked around at everyone and then back at Kaguri.
かがりさん。
やだな、オカリンさん。私のことはかがりでいいって言ってるのに。
Yeah, Kaguri is Mayuri's adopted daughter that went back in the time machine with girl, I can't remember the name of it, Mane Suzuha. and disappeared. Something was different.
じゃあかがり、さっきまゆりのことをなんて呼んでたか聞いてもいいか？
なんてってママだよ。
どうして？
どうしても何もママはママだもんね、ママ。えへへ、やっぱりそう呼ばれるのちょっと照れちゃうな。
I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in
知ってるの
embarrassment.
か？二人とも未来の世界で親子だってことを。
かがりちゃんのことはオカリンが教えてくれたんだよ。
俺が？
本当のことを知っておいた方がいいってねえ。ねえ。
Did I really tell them? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあもしかしてルカ子も？
ごめんなさい。僕聞くつもりはなかったんですけど、耳に入ってしまって。
Lukaku lowered his head in apology.
あ、でも大丈夫です。他の人には言ってませんし、それに僕ちょっとだけ嬉しかったんです。皆さんと秘密を共有できて、本当は直接教えてもらえればよかったんですけど。
Even Lukaku knew about Mayuri and Kaguri, which meant that, of course,
でも驚きました。タイムマシンとか未来とかお話の世界のものだって思ってたんですけど、実現できるなんて。
he knew about the time machine. Evidently, I hadn't suddenly come straight back from the Alpha World line. I was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I used before was gone now. That meant that I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt very different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old world line and what was different.
かがり、もう少し質問させてほしい。
何？
I showered Kaguri with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kaguri retained her memories of her childhood, in other words, of the year 2036. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and Faris and Lukaku. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Fortunately, they hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks that they'd want to know about what their future holds. But when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence like it was for me. Some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there was inevitably going to be a war in which 5 billion people died.
それじゃあここに来たのはルカ子の家に居候したのがきっかけで間違いないな。
っていうかオカリンさんがママと引き合わせてくれたんだよ。覚えてないの？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、一応確かめておこうと思ってな。
一応ね。変なオカリンさん。
Kaguri going missing had happened almost exactly as I remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us. And
行方不明になっていた間はどこで何をしていたのか全然覚えていないのか。
綺麗さっぱり。気づいたらお寺で寝かされてた。
she was still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and of the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chiba Mountains. The most important part was still missing. Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor, trying to think, when I realized that something was missing.
床が綺麗だ。
あ、さっき岡部さんが来る前に掃除しておきました。
いや、そうじゃなくて、床に小さな穴が開いてたはずなんだが。
床に穴ですか？
The lab had been attacked just last night. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor.
穴なんて開いてたかな。なかったと思うけど。
ちなみに、お前たち昨日はどうだった？
昨日のパーティーのことすっごく楽しかったよ。あんなに楽しかったの私初めてだった。
They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack, which meant that the attack never taken place. Was no one after Kagri in this world? No, it was too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did, I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur on different days in the Alpha World line, the same thing might happen a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious.
またみんなでパーティーしたいね。
その時は僕も何か作るよ。
私も手伝う。
They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but something sinister might be happening, and I just didn't know it. No, I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed anyways? I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. Amadeus Kurisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed right after that I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus. Did Amadeus have something to do with the world line change? And what about the group who'd attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? Maybe I needed to find out.
ところでかがりちゃん、時間大丈夫？あ、いっけない。休憩時間終わってた。店長に怒られちゃう。
店長ということはバイトしてるのか？
そうだよ。下のブラウン管工房で。ってこの前言ったじゃん。
そうだったか。
In the old world line, Kagari had started working for Denoji after the attack. That was another difference.
もう今日のオカリンさんはボケボケだね。しっかりしてよ。
すまない。
Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Her words and the mannerisms were much more childish than they'd been in the last world
アルバイ
line.
ト頑張ってね。はーい。それじゃ行ってきます。
かがり、戻る前にもう一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
I asked one final question to Kagari, who was now giving a crisp salute.
アマデウスという言葉を聞いて何か思い当たることはないか？
アマデウス？
Kagari seemed to think for a moment.
ね。ごめん、わかんないや。
そうか。
She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? I look for the icon on my screen. Amadeus. The AI that held Makise Kurisu's personality and memories. And the application which started the program. But the program was gone.
悪かったな。こんなところに呼び出して。
別に構わないわ。ちょうど近くまで来てたから。
After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world line. I had to find out.
で、話って？
アマデウスのことだ。
Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Her reaction surprised me as well. I simply said the word Amadeus.
あなた、どうして知ってるの？
どうしてって、どういうことだ？
どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるのよ？だってあのプロジェクトは去年の夏、クリスの事件があったあの後に凍結されたのよ。
凍結された？アマデウスが？凍結ってことはつまりプロジェクト自体打ち切られたってことか？
はっきり言ってしまえばそういうことね。
She clenched her fists in anger. It seemed the change in this world line was a big one.
で、さっきの質問。どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるの？
それは。
Should I tell her about the world lines and attractor field theory?
クリスから聞いたんだよ。大学の先輩がそういう研究をしてるって。
クリスが？あの子、あなたにそんな話までしていたのね。
I decided that it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about D-Mail and the time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about all that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another one of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science.
なあ、アマデウスが凍結されたっていう話、もう少し詳しく教えてくれないか？理由は何だったんだ？
なんでも外部団体からクレームが入ったんですって。人の記憶を人工知能に持たせるのは人間の複製を作り出すのと同じこと。神のみに許される所業だって。欧米って自分たちの価値観で物を言う人が多いのよね。特にそういうデリケートな部分は。
Dang.
理由はそれだけなのか？
ええ、少なくとも私はそう聞いてるわ。いきなり研究は中止だって言われて、教授たちも随分怒ってた。
The Amadeus program was stopped. But then, what was the phone thing just now? Hold on. How do I save the game? I forgot. Nope, that's not it. Is it F3? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna throw this one back here because I think this is the important one. Oh, you can lock these? Oh, good. I probably want to lock them to not overwrite. So, insert to lock data. Insert to lock data doesn't do shit. It didn't go from lock to unlock. Okay, so I'm on like save data or load data, I think. How the fuck do you play this game again? F1, here we go. Save is F5, F6. Load is F5. That doesn't seem right to me. Okay. Back. F6. Okay. The Amadeus program was stopped. Oh wait, no, this is just a text message, I think. Okabe-san, there's something I wanted to or you wanted to tell me. Or sorry, there's something I want to tell. What I want you to tell me. Okay, Okabe-san, there's something I want you to tell me. You okay with asking me? Yes, I think you can give me good advice. I don't want you expecting too much. What kind of gift do you think a father would enjoy? Your father, huh? I think the darkness within him goes very deep. Huh? The darkness? Oh, you know, darkness, black, a black handkerchief. Maybe that'd be a good idea. Maybe, yeah. A handkerchief. Great, I'll do that. But why black? I think your dad probably likes black. Thank you, Okabe-san. Okay, that was a conversation, I guess. The Amadeus program was stopped. Did that have something to do with the world line change too? So that wasn't important. Wait. So how did I meet Maho? We'd originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened...
どうしたの？
いや、その思い出してたんだ。君と出会った時のことを。
ああ、あの時のこと。ああいう偶然ってあるのね。
I asked a few more questions, taking care not to rouse her suspicions, and managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Kurisu had died. When she finally went to Radicon, she'd run into me.
オカルト的な考え方って大っ嫌いだけど、でもあなたと出会えたのはクリスが繋いでくれた縁なのかもしれないわね。
Karma, or perhaps another example of attractor field convergence. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But there was something, but was there some meaning in that?
そうそう。マユリさんたちによろしく伝えておいてくれるかしら。昨日は楽しかったって。
Evidently, she had gone to last night's party in this world line
お
too.
かげで日本でのいい思い出ができたわ。
思い出って帰るのか？
すぐにじゃないけどね。言ったでしょ？私今クリスがやっていた研究を引き継いでるの。いつまでも日本でバカンス気分を堪能してるわけにもいかないのよ。
そうか。
But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hope nothing would happen during that time. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Kurisu's voice. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Kurisu's warmth in my chest, her smell. All the feelings I tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy in that world line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I could erase that sense of loss I felt. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last world line was Kaguri. And there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the world line change that took place afterwards. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked. And the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant that two major factors in the events that had occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no reason to worry too much. But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kaguri's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to these two questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Rhine application. Yo, that frog, though. Shina Kaguri felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10 and then gotten separated from Suzuha. Her memories afterwards were totally blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was the ceiling of an old temple with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabayashi Shrine.
Kagari-san, お茶飲みますか？
あ、うん。ありがとう、ルカ君。
じゃあ、入れますね。
That was when she'd met Urushibara Luka. Sorry. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew him. Urushibara Luka was a good friend of her adopted mother, Shina Mayuri. He played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was younger, she'd always thought he was a woman. To Kaguri's young eyes, he'd been a strong, grown-up woman. At the time, she'd always wondered why Suzuha called him Big Brother Luka.
はい、どうぞ。
ありがとう。
But the Luka in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. He looked like a very pretty girl, and not nearly as strong. So she only realized that he was the Urushibara Luka she knew after meeting her mother.
この紅茶、なんだか変わった味がする。
ローズマリーティー。集中力や記憶力が上がるって聞いて、フェイリスさんに分けてもらったんです。
Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Just the thought made her very happy. Luka, Mommy Mayuri, I don't want to say that, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to help her get her memories back. It would probably make most people nervous not having their memories. It would be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kaguri didn't think she needed to remember. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was just about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety.
もしかして、美味しくなかったですか？
Luka saw that she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and he seemed worried.
そんなことない。美味しいよ。ただ、ちょっと考え事をしてただけ。
考え事？
そう。でも、大したことないんだ。
She took a sip of tea, hoping to change the subject.
それにしても、ルカ君って本当に男の子？
Everyone else said that he was. But still, it just didn't seem right to her.
そうですけど。
やっぱりどう見ても女の子にしか見えないよね。
そんなこと言われても。
そうだ。ねえ、明日一緒にお風呂入ってみる？そうすればルカ君が本当に男の子なのかどうかわかるでしょ？
Yeah, bro, just show me your balls. What the fuck?
ダメですよ、そんなの。
どうして？
だってそんなの、だって女の人と一緒にお風呂なんてそんな。
お姉さんとは一緒に入ってなかったの？
入ってましたけど、それは小さい頃の話で。
めん、冗談だよ冗談。ルカ君が可愛いからついからかっちゃった。
そんな。
でもそういう反応を見せるってことはやっぱり男の子なんだね。
最初からそうだって言ってるじゃないですか。
Even when he was upset, he still looked like a girl, she thought.
ご覧のようにこちらのお店では数十種類にも及ぶ食べ物が全部食べ放題なんです。
The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food.
すごいなあ。
The sight of it almost moved her to tears.
今の時代ってすごいよね。私の知ってる未来とは大違い。
そうなんですか？未来の世界ってどんな感じなんです？
知りたい？
Luca looked a little uncertain, and even though she'd asked, Kagri wasn't certain she should tell him. The future she knew was filled with despair. Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive?
やっぱりやめておきます。
Kagri sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ。だって未来は変えられるものだから。
未来は変えられる？
うん。ママがね、そう言ってた。きっと変えられる。変えてくれるって。
変えてくれる。
That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope.
なんだっけな。シュタインなんとかって。
シュタインズゲートですか？
そう、それは必ずあるってママは言ってた。って言いながら、それが何なのか私もよくわからないんだけど。
Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagri didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagri had felt warmth in her heart. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope.
さて、それでは次の特集です。今、世界で記憶の再生技術に関する研究が進められているのはご存知でしょうか？今日はその最先端を走るあるアメリカの大学の特集です。
The news show had finished its food report and was already switched to another topic. Now it was showing a college campus covered in greenery. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy.
こちらはビクトル・コンドリア大学。一見普通のキャンパスに見えるこの大学。しかし、この学内では今、ある大きなプロジェクトが進められています。
The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kaguri, who had only her memories as a child, could understand. But
チャンネル変えましょうか。
待って。
Kaguri stopped him before he could get to the remote.
かがりさん、わかるんですか？
脳の構造、記憶を捏造することはできるかっていう話。
へえ、すごいですね。僕には難しくて何が何だか。
She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? How? How could she understand this?
そう、そんなに難しい話じゃないよ。記憶は脳の中の海馬っていうところが司ってるんだけど、その中に視上界って呼ばれるところがあるのね。
the dentate a region of the hippocampus made of cells known as the granule cells, located near the parahippocampal gyrus. In anatomy, the dentate gyrus is treated as separate from the hippocampus, but in neuroscience, they are often collectively referred to as the hippocampus. Recent studies have shown that neurogenesis occurring in the dentate gyrus is intensely related to memory lapse. I had to look that one up. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway.
そこで行われる神経細胞の生産が既存の神経回路の再編を引き起こすの。それによって記憶の忘却が誘発されるんだ。で、この研究チームがマウス実験をしてみたら記憶の捏造が見られたっていう話。あ、ほら、あの奥の部屋、あそこでマウス実験なんかをしてるの。
かがりさん、もしかしてこの大学知ってるんですか？え？
She suddenly realized that Luca was looking confused.
だってなんだか詳しそうな口ぶりでしたし。
The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. The camera went towards the back of the room. A white door opened that led to the next room.
この部屋で行われたマウスを使った実験。それによって研究チームは。
知らない。
でも今。
That's right. She wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But
わからない。知らない。けど、なんでだろう。さっきは知ってるような気がしたの。
There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt very nervous. No more mystery, just time to be sad.
いいか、おめえの頼みを聞いてやるわけじゃねえ。それだけは忘れるんじゃねえぞ。
Sorry, give me just a second. I'm trying to figure out how much I fucked up. Okay.
感謝します。
This morning, I got into Tenoji and asked him to protect Kaguri if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again, and I had to tell him that Kaguri was caught up in something big too. But since this was the second time I'd had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. There was only that was only relative to the first time though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like that or this ever again.
岡部、おめえら一体何に関わってやがる？
それは。
I stopped myself.
話せねえってか。頼み事するだけして随分と虫のいい話だな。
I think I accidentally went to one of the later routes. I'm not 100% sure, but the date is already passed for the deadline for one of them, so I think I already fucked up. So, oh well.
すみません。
Hey, thank you for the resub.
だがそれでいい。情報ってのは最後の切り札だ。そこでペラペラ喋っちまうようなら俺は降りてたぜ。ま、せいぜい気をつけるんだな。
ありがとうございます。
わかったから、そうやってかしこまんな。どうにもやりにくくてしょうがねえ。
I bowed to him once more anyways, and then left the Brown workshop. Why is it the Brown workshop now, and not the Brown Tube workshop? What the fuck's going on? That's like the second time in a row that they've abbreviated it. I had managed to get to Noji's help. And this morning, I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Kiryu Moeka. She was a lot easier than Tenoji. I checked with Daru last night and found out, just like in the old world line, we'd hired her to find out more about Kaguri. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kaguri had been doing before she'd come to this town. Now I've done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray that nothing did. I got back to the lab where Lukaku was waiting. He had a very serious look on his face, and he said he needed to talk to me.
実はかがりさんの記憶のことで気になることがあって。
かがりの？
とは言っても、これが記憶を取り戻すことにつながるかどうかはわからないんですけど。
構わない。気になることがあるなら話してくれ。
I think, before we get too deep into this, let me save. I'm going to load this orbital eclipse. Oh my goodness, Soup, that's a very funny number. Thank you for the resub.
ちょっと電話させてくれ。
How do you skip in this game again? Phone wave, skip mode, E. Got it. I think maybe I might be too far ahead. First I thought, how am I forgotten to give me the... Yeah, I think this is the one that fucked up.
電話誰から？
The phone kept ringing. Why would Amadeus, who had been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? So, alright, I fucked up. I think for the sake of, following this fucking flowchart and not knowing what I'm getting into, I might just like transition real quick over to this one, just in case it's kind of important. Go away, phone.
もしもし。
No. Cancel. Okay. So if you press C, it just pulls up the phone and then you can't put it away, I guess. So, hold on. Cancel. Load. No, let's save. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't play this game for like a month, I guess.
Hmm? これは？
おかり？電話誰から？
Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. I'll hold off because we've been through a lot. It's been like an hour and a half, and I think it'd be kind of weird to just switch over in the middle of it and go back. So I hope it's okay that I fucked up. We'll see. Do you need to just tell me what? the right one. The result of the call. I mean, I assume that's the branch. I just didn't have like an option to turn off my phone this time, so I got a little confused. So I think I'm just gonna continue this, and then we'll maybe fix it later. Who knows?
構わない。気になることがあるなら話してくれ。
はい。
Lucas started to fidget and rub his knees together. Then he looked up at me and slowly opened his mouth.
ゆうべテレビで記憶の研究についての特集をやっていて、アメリカの大学で行われているものだったんですけど、それを見ていたかがりさんがまるでその学校を知っているような口ぶりだったんです。
アメリカの大学？どこの大学だ？
なんだか難しい名前の学校で、確かビクトル・コンドル？
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か？
あ、そうです。その学校です。
Victor-Condria University. That was where Kurisu had studied. Kaguri knew Victor-Condria? If that was true, then how? The most obvious possibility was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school? And one of the best at that. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but...
どうでしょう。何か手がかりになりそうでしょうか。
さすがにそれだけじゃ何とも言えないが。
そうですか。
Lukaku's shoulders slumped in disappointment.
でも手がかりにならないというわけじゃない。
それじゃあ。
ああ、確かめてみる必要はあるな。
改まってお話って何かな？
The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kaguri was just about to start work when she seemed put off by the fact that I suddenly asked to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれるか？もう一人呼んであるんだ。
もう一人？
I didn't know a lot about Victor-Condria myself. I could ask Kaguri what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell if her information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute. Why, it's Dr. Lesk. Oh no, it's just Maho. The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was to this day a part of their brain science team. Brain science lab.
Maho-san, konnichiwa.
Hi, genki?
Maho still didn't know that Kaguri was from the future. I have to keep that from her, or to keep her from finding out.
それにしても本当にクリスに似てるわよね。
Maho stared at Kaguri, then whispered so that only I could hear. It made sense. I've been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I brought her here.
じゃあ何？つまり彼女がうちの学校にいたかもしれないっていうの？ちょっと待って、そんなこと言われても私、そのなんとかトルコドリア大学なんて知らないよ。ビクトル・コンドリア大学。ほらね、名前だってちゃんと覚えてないんだもん。
でも昨日は知っている様子だったんだろ、ルカ子。
はい、奥にある部屋でネズミさんを使った実験を行っているって。そしたらその後本当にその部屋での実験の様子が映って。
かがりはそのことは？
覚えてない。
I couldn't imagine Lukaku would lie, or that there would be any point to him doing so. But the same was true for Kaguri too.
漆原さん、その研究室どこだったかわかる？
詳しくはわからないんですけど、脳とか記憶とかそんな研究をしているって言ってました。
ということは、もしかすると脳科学研究所かもしれないわね。
The brain science lab. That was where,
私が所属しているところよ。
and also where Kurisu worked too.
それじゃあ、もしかしたらかがりはヒアジョーさんやクリスと会っていたかもしれないということか。
あくまでも家庭の話よ。脳科学を研究しているところは一つじゃないし、私のいるところだって陰性だけじゃなく一般の研究者もたくさん出入りしてるもの。私だって研究所にいる人間全員と顔を合わせたわけじゃないわ。ただ同じ日本人となると見かければ記憶には残っているでしょうね。
Which meant that she didn't remember it. Which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカ子、他にかがりのことで気になったことはないか？
かがりさん、時々びっくりするくらい難しいことを知っていたり。
私だって難しいことくらい知ってるもん。
Kaguri pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Kurisu's.
例えばバラとか憂鬱とか。
Those were just words that were complicated to write in
昨
Japanese.
日はテレビで記憶の捏造について放送していたんですけど、それもなんだか詳しそうでした。
記憶の捏造ね。確かにその研究をしているチームもいるわ。私たちも一度話を聞かせてもらいに行ったもの。
かがり、今その話はできるのか？
それがよくわからないの。私本当にそんなことを話してた？
話してましたよ。
She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed.
今までにこういうことはよくあったのか？
最近まではそれほど。この何日かで急に。
I didn't know how Kaguri could know things about Victorchondria, but it clearly had something to do with her missing memories. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring back her memories. Suddenly, she started to moan in pain.
かがりさん、どうしたんですか？
ちょっと頭が
痛いんですか？
Lukaku was looking at her face, worried.
ちょっぴり。
少し横になるか？
大丈夫。
少し話をせかせすぎたかもしれないな。
そうね。負担が大きかったのかもしれないわね。
Maho was looking worried too.
本当に平気？大丈夫です。ありがとう、先輩。だったらいいのだけど。
The conversation was so natural that Maho and I almost missed it.
おい、今。
先輩って。
かがり、君今確かに先輩って呼んだよな、ヒアジョーさんのこと。
嘘、私そんなこと。
いいえ、間違いなく言ったわ。漆原さん、あなたも聞いていたわよね。はい。
Senpai, the Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kaguri hadn't met at Victor Condria. Did that mean that it was just a mistake? The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. They were so heavy, there was no need to wonder who it was.
おつー。
お邪魔してます。
おう、魔法タンも来てたん？
その呼び方はやめて。
足りるかな？ひふみ。
He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hand.
よかった、大丈夫みたい。
何が大丈夫なんだ？
ほら、この前駅前にできたアトルあるでしょ？あそこに美味しそうなプリン売っててさ、たまにはと思って買ってきたんだけど、人数分あるかなって。
He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table.
ダル、後にしろ。
何みんな難しい顔して。僕がこんなん買ってくるのそんな珍しい？まあ確かにその通りだけど、ちょうどバイトで結構な臨時収入が入ったんだよね。仕事ができる上に気配りと収入を持ち合わせている僕に惚れてもいいの。あれ？
He turned the bag over and started shaking it.
スプーンが一人分足りない。さては店員のお姉さん、入れ忘れたな。
使ってないスプーンなら確か流しのところに。
あ、私マイスプーン持ってるから。
Lukaku stood up to get a spoon from the sink, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Kaguri with a confused expression.
かがりさん、マイスプーンなんて持ってましたっけ？
え？
かがりさんが持ってたのってウーパのキーホルダーだけだったような。
あれ？そうだよね。おかしいな。なんで私持ってるなんて。
Her own spoon. I'd heard someone say that before. Not many people carried their own spoons around. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Mikise Kurisu. Just a moment ago, she called Maho senpai. Did Kaguri know Kurisu after all?
なあ、ヒヤジョさん。向こうで君のことを先輩と呼ぶ人間は何人いた？
一人だけよ。先輩とか後輩とか、そういう呼び方とか関係は日本独特のものだから。
There was no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩と呼んでたのはクリスだけ。
クリス。
かがり、君はマキセ・クリスのことを知ってるのか？
クリス、マキセ・クリス。
Did she know her and she was and was she imitating her? But why would she need to do that?
マキセ・クリス。
Kaguri seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her.
無理はしなくていい。急いで思い出す必要は。
うん。このままにしとくのもなんだか気持ち悪い。
何か思い出せそうなんですか？
わかんない。 わかんないから、オカリンさん、何か話して。
一体何が何なん？
The fact that Kaguri responded this strongly to Kurisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this: what had Kaguri been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? If she never met Maho, did she ever meet Kurisu? Maybe she became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her. Then she gotten Kurisu's stories mixed up with her own memories? Or I remembered the machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha World line and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that it was impossible. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded.
かがり、じゃあいくつか質問させてくれ。
For now, I wanted to learn how much Kaguri knew about Kurisu.
君の父親はどこにいる？
パパは死んじゃった。子供の頃に。
If her memories are mixed up with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kaguri's memories. She said that she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she separated from Suzuha in 1998. I'd have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ、栗ご飯と言ったら何を思い浮かべる？
栗ご飯？何なの？
答えてくれ、かがり。
栗ご飯。カメハメハ。
Everyone else seemed confused. But I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's @channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on @channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kaguri know something that only Kurisu should know? More sweat was pouring down Kaguri's forehead. Luca offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kaguri nodded and took it.
かがり、タイムトラベルの主な理論がいくつあるか知っているか？
Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11。
Kaguri spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で11。あれ？違ったかな？
I hadn't expected much when I asked her the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I'd thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論を具体的に説明できるか？
中性子星理論、それからブラックホール理論に高速理論、タキオン理論、ワームホール理論、エキゾチック物質理論。
Kaguri was counting with her fingers and speaking with very little
宇宙
hesitation.
紐理論、量子重力理論、セシウムレーザー光理論、素粒子リングレーザー理論、最後にディラック反粒子理論。全部合ってる。
Maho's voice was hoarse.
ねえ、岡部さん、私どうしてそんなこと知ってるんだろう。
Kaguri looked like she was about to cry a little.
もう一つ聞くが、それらの理論を用いてタイムマシンは作れると思うか？
できないと思う。
ほう。
あ、でもこの11の理論では作れないけど、今後の科学の発展次第ではできなくもないじゃないかな。
どうしてそう思う？
どうして？それはどうしてだろう。
じゃあ質問を変えよう。その考え方に行き着いたのはなぜだ？
わかんないけど、ただなんとなく知ってたような。
She knew, huh? That meant the knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? Had she been to Victor Condry at some time in the past and met with Kurisu there? Maybe they were close friends. So close that Kurisu would share her @channel nickname, which she never told anyone. And then perhaps she mistook what she'd heard from Kurisu for her own memories. That was the most obvious possibility. But that would go against what Kurisu had said. Kurisu said that she didn't really have any close friends in America. She seems to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing.
なあヒアジョーさん、アマデウスは凍結されたと言っていたが、アップロードされていたクリスの記憶データってまだ存在するのか？
ええ、多分破棄はされていないはずだけど。
それってどれだけの人間がアクセスできたんだ？
ごく限られた人間だけよ。どこにも公表はしていなかったから。私やレスキネン教授、他に助手が何人か、そしてクリス。
ちなみにその記憶データを人間の脳に移植することって可能だったりするよな。
は？
In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF's seminar. I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I'd ever wanted to. And because of that experience, I came up with an idea. A terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kaguri now.
一体何を？
マイスプーンを持ち歩いていたのはクリスなんだ。大学でヒアジョーさんのことを先輩って呼んでいたのもクリスだけだ。栗ご飯とカメハメハはクリスがアットチャンネルで使っていたコテハンだ。知っているのは本人以外だと俺くらいのはずだ。クリスならビクトル・コンドリア大学の研究室のことも知ってる。マウス実験のことも知ってる。11のタイムマシン理論についても知ってる。
オカリンさん、どういうこと？何が言いたいの？
俺の思いついた仮説だ。
I looked around the room at everyone, then back at Kaguri.
カガリ、もしかしたら君の頭の中にはマキセ・クリスの記憶が移植されているかもしれない。
カガリの頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶が入ってる。
Suzuha didn't seem as surprised as I expected. Maho and I asked her some more questions after that. About Victor Condria, about her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew and some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kaguri out, and with Tenoji's permission, Lukaku took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus's memory data into a human brain. And that night, I explained the situation to Suzuha.
それってかがりが二重人格ってこと？
いや、そうじゃない。二重人格っていうのは正確には乖離性同一性障害といって、誰かの中に別の人格ができることだ。言うなれば今の自分に対する不満や不安から自らの中に別の人格を作ってしまうようなものだな。
Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of a man or woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one.
でもかがりの場合は違う。かがりの中にあるのは人格じゃない。文字通りマキセ・クリスの記憶だけだ。クリスの記憶だけが彼女の頭の中に混在していると考えられる。
Kakuri's memories weren't overwritten. She still had them, so they were mixed together.
なるほど。2036年の技術ではそれは決して不可能な話じゃない。
じゃあ2036年からのタイムトラベラーであるかがりなら十分その可能性はあるということか。
でもさ、かがりたんは10歳より前の記憶はあるわけっしょ。他人の記憶をぶち込まれるなんてことされたら、その時のこと覚えてるはずじゃね。
あの子は幼い頃、たまに神様の声が聞こえるって言っていたような気がする。
幻聴か。それがクリスの記憶からにじみ出てきたものっていうのは考えられる。
うん。ただ未来はこの時代ほどのどかじゃなかった。物資も人も足りてなかったんだ。記憶を移植するなんていう技術は実用化されているとしても軍の機密扱いだよ。一般人の、しかも子供に使ったとは思えないな。
かがりは繊細孤児だった。 PTSD を治療するためにそういう技術が使われたということは。
だからって他人の記憶を移植するのはさすがに変だ。
だな。となると記憶のない時期、1998年以降にその移植が行われた可能性が高くなってくるが、
2036年なら可能でもさ、今の技術でできるもんなん？
クリスなら可能だろう。
She'd done it all by herself to make the time leap machine after all.
マキセ・クリスがかがりに自分の記憶を移植したって？彼女はそんなマッドサイエンティストみたいなことをする人だったの？
There was no way. It was impossible, it had to be. And there weren't many people as smart as Makise Kurisu. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would.
そうだよな。突飛な発想すぎるよな。俺だってそう思う。
I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でもクリスしか知り得ないことをかがりが知っているのは間違いないんだ。
例えば幽霊になったマキセ氏の魂がかがりたんに乗り移った的なことだったりして。
お前そんなオカルト話をヒヤジョーさんの前ででも披露してみろ。全力で論破されるぞ。
ですよね。
In the end, I realized that there was nothing I could do for Kaguri but watch for a while to see how things went. We were just students without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answers easily.
そういえばダル、ユキさんはどうしてる？
天音氏なら毎日バイト忙しいみたいだお。
彼女は何のバイトをしているんだった？
ケーキ屋さんって聞いてる。美味しいから一度食べに来てって言われた。
そうそう、でもちょっと遠いんだよね。
だからこそ言ったら喜ばれるんじゃないか。しっかりしてよ父さん。
あ、はい、させん。 つうかオカリン、なんでいきなりそんなこと聞くん？
いや、ちょっと気になってな。
That girl in the motorcycle suit. Could that have been Amane Yuki? I still haven't convinced myself it was her. If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kaguri. But that attack only took place in the other world line. It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell.
もし彼女のことで何か。
ん？
母さんがどうかしたの？
いや、なんでもない。
I still didn't have any proof. I just have to keep an eye on her. My priority right now was Kaguri. What had happened during that time what had happened during the time when she lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us.
それじゃあ始めるわよ。いい？
Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kaguri's memories. Kaguri had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis didn't leave the realm of delusions. And anytime she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists were.
まずはこれを見てもらえる？
Maho held up a cell phone. There was a picture displayed on the screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる？学校？どこの？ビクトル・コンドリア大学の。この手前に歩いてる人、彼の名前は？トニー・ブラウン。あだ名は JB。興奮すると独特のステップを踏むから。じゃあこっちの彼女は？わかんない。
どうだ？
彼女も私たち研究者の間ではかなり有名な子よ。クリスだって当然知ってるはずだわ。
Among us scientists.
仮にカガリがクリスの記憶を持っているとしても、完全に全てを思い出せているわけじゃないみたいだ。
That's how it seemed yesterday too.
記憶として呼び起こされるものと、そうじゃないものがあるんじゃないのか。
だからってこの程度じゃまだクリスの記憶だと断言はできないわ。彼らのことくらい調べれば誰だってわかることだもの。かがりさん、もう少し突っ込んだ質問をしてもいい？去年の冬、私とクリスで映画を見に行ったことがあるの。
ヒアジョーさんとクリスが？
意外？私たちだってたまには息抜きをする。普段は研究ばかりだけど。
It was surprising actually. I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと詰まってた私をあの子が連れ出してくれたのよ。たまたまチケットが2枚あるからって。
That's just like how a man asks a girl on a date. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た映画のタイトルわかるかしら？ボブ・ワイナー監督の彼と彼女の予感？
Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer.
それって最近の映画か？聞いたことないが。
20年前の作品。そのリバイバル上映だったのよ。
And Kaguri had guessed it. She'd known the title of a movie that Kurisu and Maho had gone to see together in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess.
でもそれも誰か目撃していた人がいればわかることよ。
だが、君が今日そんな質問をするということは、 予想できなかったはずだ。かがりがそのために細かい情報まで全て暗記したとでも。
It would be impossible, and she didn't have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってそのくらいのこと分かってるわ。
I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something, and I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit that it was possible. It was winter, but Kagri's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on her.
これぐらいにしよう。かがりがきつそうだ。
待って、最後にもう一つだけ聞かせて。うん、いいよ、どうぞ。
Kagri nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃、あなたが一番大切にしていたものは何？子供の頃。それはアメリカに移住してからもずっと部屋に置いてあったイルカのぬいぐるみ。水族館に行った時パパが買ってくれた。
Maho sighed and sunk onto the sofa.
合ってるのか？
ええ。昨日クリスのお母さんが電話で教えてくれたわ。このことを知ってるのはクリスとご両親だけ。
それじゃあ
悔しいけどあなたの仮説を否定できない。
そうか。
私どうなっちゃうのかな。
I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I could think of was...
かがりさん、付き合わせて悪かったわね。ゆっくり休んで。
Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face.
帰るのか？
ええ。自分なりにまだ検証できることは残っていそうだから。それじゃあまた。
Maho got up and went for the door without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. Hiyajo Maho stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of the summer. She used her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker, Makise Kurisu, had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Makise Kurisu were complicated. Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought of herself as a genius. She graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she'd feel that way. Everyone else said that she was a genius too, but her pride was shattered into tiny little pieces by the arrival of Makise Kurisu. Makise Kurisu was the real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. She had realized that she could never be as smart as Kurisu, and she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu, but Makise Kurisu wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too.
先輩のその研究、うまくいけば革命的な成果が得られると思います。私に何かできることがあれば手伝いますから言ってくださいね。
Someday she swore she'd surpass her. Someday she swore she'd make Kurisu say that she was the smarter one. But now that would never happen. Makise Kurisu went away on a trip and never came back. Maho had been told that she'd been attacked by a robber and killed, but it didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now and start arguing with the professors with that same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project, so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. Amadeus. An artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, who'd proved it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into a usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab server, along with Makise Kurisu's digitized memories. Makise Kurisu's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all. Just like Okabe Rintaro had said.
Oh yeah.
The door opened and a large man she knew very well came inside.
Maho, どうしたんだい? まだニューイヤーハリデーのはずだが。
そういう教授こそわざわざ休みの日に出てきてるじゃないですか。
Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as his assistant. But the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent their time between sessions at the Japanese office, making presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合、休みといっても特にすることもないからね。ホテルにこもっていても息が詰まるだけだし、それならここに来て仕事をしていた方がいい。
だったら私も似たようなものです。
For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she'd assumed Dr. Leskinen would feel that way.
君にはいろいろとやることがあるだろう。例えば、デートとか。
教授、あんまりしつこいとセクハラで訴えますよ。
おっと、それだけは勘弁してくれ。
Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in a unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. She and Okabe were both friends of Kurisu's, so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least, that's what she thought. Probably.
それじゃあ、お詫びというわけじゃないですが、一つ聞いてもいいですか？
訴訟されないで済むのなら何なりと。
じゃあ聞きますけど、アマデウスは今どうなっているんですか？
どうも何も。今のところ進められる目処が立っていないことは君だってよく知っているはずだよ。
それは分かってます。私が聞きたいのはアマデウスのデータはどうなっているかということです。
研究室のサーバーに保管されているね。
誰かがアクセスしたり持ち出したりは？
Leskinen's eyes narrowed and he slowly shook his head.
マホ、君がなぜそんな疑問を持ったのか私にはわからないが、エムデウスへのアクセス権はごく限られた一部の人間にしかないし、不正にアクセスされたという事案も起こってはいないはずだ。少なくとも今まで私のところにそのような報告はもたらされていない。
私やクリスの記憶データも？
もちろん。
それじゃあ他に私が知らない人工知能のプロジェクトが動いているなんてこともありませんか？
あるわけがない。我々の研究チームには魔法、君の力が必要不可欠だ。私たちはクリスという才能を失った。それは大いなる損失だったが、彼女のいなくなった穴を埋められるのは君だけだと思っている。そんな君の知らないところで新たなプロジェクトなどを進めるはずがないだろう。
そうですか。
The compliment felt a bit too much for her to take at face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people.
質問に対する答えはこれでいいかな？
はい。
では、私からの質問もいいかい？どうして急にそんなことを聞くんだい？
それは。
もしかして自分の秘密が誰かに漏れていないか心配にでもなったのかな？
まあ、そんなところです。
それなら心配ない。いかにエメデウスとはいえ、本人が秘密にしたいことは喋らないようにできている。君だって知っているはずだよ。それは保存されたデータについても言える。仮に何者かがデータを盗んだところで、本人がどうしても知られたくない部分はブラックボックスになっている。エムデウスからはもちろん、記憶データからも取り出すことは不可能だ。秘密が漏れるとしたら、その記憶を持つ生身の人間からだけだね。
記憶を持つ生身の人間。
そう、つまり本人だけということだ。どうだい？少しは安心したかい？
ええ、まあ。
It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Leskinen, but she couldn't relax until she'd seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you've seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. But right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyways.
あら、二人ともいたのね。
Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she'd finished her conversation with the professor.
まったく、せっかくのホリデーだというのに、物好きね。
レイエス教授こそ。
私はホテルにいてもやることなんてないから。
Maho exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskinen, then shrugged. That's just how scientists are.
なになに？なんなのよ。
なんでもないです。
She and Dr. Leskinen laughed at Rhea's confusion. But the doubt in her mind lingered. And which fucking button do I press again? Is it this one? Let me save real quick. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to go get some Kit Kats and some coffee. And I'll be back. Hold on. See you soon. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Where is video game? There we go. Let's continue. Kurisu's memories were inside Kaguri's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct.
ごめんなさい。オカリンさんにはいろいろ迷惑かけちゃって。
別に迷惑だなんて思ってない。それに俺なんかよりもルカ子やマユリの方がいろいろと気を配ってくれてるはずだ。
In fact, Mayuri and Lukaku were doing a very good job at taking care of her. Mayuri may have not realized it, but Kaguri looked up to her as a mother figure. And after living under the same roof for so long, Lukaku had come to care for her a lot.
そんな、僕なんてただ話し相手になるくらいで。
マユシーこそ何の役にも立ってあげられなくてごめんね。
そんなことないよ。ルカ君はすごくよくしてくれてるし、ママはいてくれるだけで嬉しいし。
Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word mommy. I could understand why. It must feel strange to be called mommy at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was.
ねえママ。なに？ギュッてしていい？
ギュ？
子供の頃にママがよくやってくれたみたいにギュッてしてもいい？
わわ照れちゃうな。
ダメ？
いいよ。
Mayuri smiled and nodded, and Kaguri gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face.
かがりちゃん、いい子いい子。
Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kaguri. She probably understood that this was the best thing she could do right now.
ママ。
It was strange. Kaguri was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like a mother and child.
ありがとう、ママ。
Kaguri slowly moved away from Mayuri. She looked a lot calmer than she had a moment ago. It was probably okay to talk to her now.
それでかがり、調子はどうだ？
調子か。なんだかよくわからないかな。
よくわからないとは？
ふとした瞬間に思い出すことがあるんだけど、それが自分のものなのかクリスさんのものなのかわかんないの。難しい数式とか実験とか理解はできてないんだけど知ってるみたいな。
Kaguri's only memories were of her times as a child and the time since Lukaku's father's friend had found her. Kurisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gaps in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must have felt.
この前もね、パパのことを思い出したの。子供の頃、パパに褒められた時の記憶。それを思い出して、なんだかすごく嬉しかったんだけどね。でも私、赤ちゃんの頃に両親死んじゃったし、それからはマユリママに育ててもらったから、パパなんて知らないんだよね。だけど、自分が経験したことじゃないのに、褒められて嬉しいっていう感情は確かにあって、そう考えてると頭の中がごちゃってなっちゃって。
Kaguri grimaced and held her head in her hands. The first time I'd met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Kurisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing, the way she always slightly overreacted, was actually more like my Yuri. Was that because they were mother and child?
そのクリスの記憶はよく出てくるのか？
前に比べると頻繁になったかも。
そうか。
ねえオカリン、かがりちゃんどうなっちゃうのかな？
本来ならちゃんとした専門機関で検査してもらうのが一番いいんだろうが。
But given her position, it wasn't that easy.
あんまり検査はしたくないな。子供の頃もね、検査ばっかりしてたから。
そうなのか？
うん。PTSD を治すためだって言って。
So she didn't seem eager to be looked at either, huh? If Morikrizu's memories woke up, what would happen to her? Would she still be Shina Kagari with the memories of Mikise Kurisu? Or would she become Mikise Kurisu? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories. But memories were an important part of it. Once she had Kurisu's memories, what would happen to her? At this point, no one knew. It was quite possible that up until now, no one had ever shared a person's memories before.
あ、マユリちゃん、時間。
あ、本当だ。ねえオカリン、この後かがりちゃんのことを任せていいかな？これから学校で進路についての説明会があるんだ。マユシーたちどうしても出なくちゃいけなくて。
すみません。
謝るなって。心配しなくていい。かがりはちゃんと家まで送っていくから。
ありがとうございます。
それじゃあかがりちゃん、また明日ね。
ママ、また明日。
Once Mayuri and Lukaku were gone, it was just me and Kaguri in the room. After the problems with Kaguri's memories started coming up, I've been having her hold off on her job at the Brown 2 workshop. They said the full thing this time. But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Suzuha and Tenoji were downstairs. That alone made me feel better. I suddenly felt Kaguri looking at me.
どうした？
ね、改めて考えると、こうしてオカリンさんと話してるっていうのが不思議だなーって。
不思議？どうして？
だって私にとってのオカリンさんはお話の中の人だったんだもん。
お話の中？
うん。ダルおじさんやママから聞くお話の中の人。
That's right. According to Suzuha, I was going to die in 2025, which meant that in Kaguri's time I was no longer alive.
ママはね、いっつもオカリンさんの話をしてたよ。オカリンがママを助けてくれた。オカリンがママの彦星様なんだよって。
あいつ、未来になってもそんなことを言っているのか。
Now it was my turn to be embarrassed.
だからね、私もずーっと気になってたんだ。ママがそんなに大切に思ってるオカリンさんってどんな人なんだろうって。みんなが話題にする岡部倫太郎っていう人がどんな人なんだろうって。もしかしたらちょっと憧れてたかも。
からかうのはよしてくれ。
オカリンさんたら照れちゃってる。
Kaguri clearly had the upper hand here.
ね、でもそういう意味では
マキセ・クリスって人もそうかな。
クリスが？
マキセ・クリスっていう人の名前もママやダルおじさんの口によく上ってたから、ずっと昔に亡くなっちゃったのに、そんなに影響のある人ってどんな人だろうって。
そのマユリはクリスのことをなんて？
オカリンさんの大切な人だって。
Someone important to me. For me, that was an undeniable truth. But that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this world line, Mayuri had never met Kurisu, and I tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. But thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way.
そうだ。今から買い物に行くんだが、よかったら一緒に来ないか？
買い物？
ああ、まだこの辺りのことよく知らないだろ？
いいの？
もちろんだ。
After what happened in the last world line, it was possibly a good idea to keep her from going outside too much. But she probably needed a change of pace. It was still afternoon. As long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine.
やった。実はね、いろいろ欲しいものもあったんだ。
欲しいもの？
日用品とかいろいろね。
ルカ子が用意してくれてるんじゃないのか？
そうだけど、でもほら、ルカ君だって男の子でしょ？だからいろいろ頼んじゃうのも悪いなって。
True, even if he was beautiful, Lukaku was a guy. There was some things he just wouldn't understand.
それじゃあ行くか。
やっぱりすごいよね。
Hey Polly, thank you for the resub. Kagri's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street.
人も多いし、お店もたくさんあるし、ここがあの秋葉原と同じ街だとは思えないな。
未来の秋葉原はどんなところなんだ？
一言で言うと、そうだな。瓦礫の山かな。まあ、秋葉原に限ったことじゃないんだけどね。
Suzu had said that the Third World War would start soon, which meant that the young Kaguri would have only known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault. Probably. If I did what Suzu wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that the Third World War never happened? Impossible. The world lines were going to converge no matter what I did.
オカリンさん、もしかして自分のせいだなんて思っちゃってる？
I gasped. She read my mind.
その反応は図星だね。でも、その考えはダメ。バッテンなのだ。私の知る限り、ママもダルおじさんも誰もオカリンさんを責めてなんていなかったよ。だってママたちはみんな信じてたから、オカリンさんならいつかやってくれるって。そのシュタインズゲートだっけ？そこに導いてくれるって。
I knew Kaguri was trying to make me feel better, and that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. But those words just made it worse. Because I'd given up on everything.
わあ、ごめんなさい。別に追い込むつもりとかじゃなかったんだけど。
I must have had a pretty dark look on my face.
いや、俺の方こそすまない。でも、俺はもう。
ストップ。 今日はそういうのはなし。せっかく外に出たんだから、もっと楽しい話しようね。
ああ。
Kaguri's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. If nothing else, those were her only memories from Shina Kaguri. But she was still trying to make me feel better. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about.
そうだな。せっかくだからママの若い頃の話を聞きたいな。
マユリの？
若いって言っても今も若いんだけど、でももっと若い頃の話。例えば人質の話とか。
マユリはそんなことまで君に話しているのか？
私ね、オカリンさんの話をする時のママの顔が大好きなの。とっても大切な宝箱をそーっと開けるみたいな、そんな顔っていうのかな。その顔とその時の声と、それを思い出すだけですっごくあったかい気持ちになれるんだ。
To Kaguri, Mayuri must have felt like a shining star in a world of darkness and mud. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky.
別に大した話じゃないさ。大好きなおばあさんが亡くなってずっと悲しんでたあいつが今にも消えてしまいそうで、それで口から出た痛々しいセリフだ。
お前は俺の人質だって？
Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed that I wanted to go hide.
若かったんだ。若さゆえの過ちというやつさ。
それでもその言葉はママを救ってくれたんだよね。
どうだろうな。
If those words meant that I was holding her back, even all the way into the future.
オカリンさん？
そんなことより腹が減らないか？何か食べにでも行こう。
I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject. Kaguri seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up.
何か食べたいものあるか？
私は何でもいいかな。
そういうのが一番困るんだ。
だってこの時代の食べ物って何でも美味しいんだもん。びっくりするくらい。
未来じゃ何を食べてたんだ？
お芋とかそういうのばっかりかな。あ、でもママが毎日違う味付けしてくれてたから。
マユリが？
うん。
マユリの料理はうまかったのか？
うん。
そうか。
The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Maybe that had paid off.
だから私は何でもいいよ。
Alright then.
お帰りになさいませ、ご主人様。あ、オカリン、それにカガリニャンも。
I'd chosen to stop by May Queen and it was packed.
今日は混んでるな。
そうなのにゃ。今日からアニメとのタイアップキャンペーンが始まったのにゃ。
Whoa. Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over town.
おかげで大繁盛で満席なのにゃ。30分くらい待ってもらったら入れるようになるんやけど。
そういうことならまた今度にするよ。な。
うん。もっとゆっくりできそうな時に出直してくるね。せっかく来てもらったのにごめんにゃ。
Oh, okay. We left May Queen and walked around for a bit, but it was lunchtime and every place we saw was crowded.
すごいね。どこも人だらけ。
まったくだ。わざわざ外で飯なんか食わずに家で済ませればいいもの。
でもそれって私たちにも当てはまるよね。
Now then, what to do?
ラボで食べよっか。
言っとくが、俺は料理なんてできないぞ。
私も。
Then that was out of the question.
簡単なものでいいよ。私あれ食べてみたかったんだ。ほら、お湯かけて食べるヌードル的なの。
カップ麺か？あんなものでいいのか？
未来だとね、工場がいっぱいなくなっちゃってなかなか手に入らなくなっちゃったんだ。ダルおじさんがいっつも食べたいって言ってて、ずっと気になってたの。
If she was okay with that, so was I. And I had just the thing. We bought a lot of instant noodles at a local convenience store. If there were any left, Daru would probably eat them.
すっごいね。カップ麺ってあんなにいっぱい種類あるんだ。
今は未来と違って飽食の時代だからな。コンビニなんかでは毎週のように新商品が出る。
そうなんだね。この中のどれを食べてもいいの？
Kagari looked inside the plastic bag I was holding.
もちろん。好きなのを選んでくれ。
それじゃどれにしよっかな。
She looked just like a child, the way she was putting her finger to her lips as her eyes shone.
私これにする。塩味の。
Salt, my favorite.
2つでも3つでも食べてもいいぞ。
本当？でも食べ過ぎちゃうと太っちゃうしな。
She had so many different expressions that I never got tired of watching them.
そういえばさっき他にも何か買ってたみたいだったけど。
ああ、これだよ。
I took something plastic out of the bag.
これって
フォークだよ。箸じゃ食べづらいんじゃないかと思って自分専用のものにしてラボに置いておけばいい。いい
の？もらっちゃって。
別に大したものじゃない。
Kurisu had always wanted her own fork. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it.
やった！ありがとう。実はね、私お箸使うの苦手なんだ。ママからもいつも注意されてて。これ先っぽにウサギさんがついてる。かわいい。私専用のフォーク。私のもの、これで2つ目だ。
The other must have been the keychain that Mayuri gave her.
でもなんでかな。私これずっと欲しかったような気がする。もしかしてこれもクリスさんの記憶なのかな。
さあ、どうだろうな。
ねえオカリンさん。オカリンさんはクリスさんのことを好きだったんでしょ？
I almost choked at the unexpected change in direction of the conversation.
大丈夫？
いきなりなんでそうなる？
だって大切な人っていうのはそういうことでしょ？で、どうなの？好きだったの？
She seemed genuinely interested. I guess she was at the right age for that.
まあ、あいつとの出会いが俺の人生を大きく変えたのは 確かだな。
ああ、ごまかした。ずるい。でも人生を変えるほどの大切な人か。なんか憧れるかも。
She changed everything, past and future.
ねえ、オカリンさんから見てマキセ・クリスさんってどんな人だったの？
気になるか？
自分の頭の中にある記憶の持ち主のこともっと知りたいよ。
俺が教えなくても、それこそ記憶として頭の中にあるんじゃないのか？
それが自分で思い出そうとしても思い出せないんだよね。時々断片的に出てくるだけで、それも大抵難しいことばかり。だからもっと人間的な部分っていうの、そういう人となりとか教えてほしいなって。
Kaguri had never actually met Kurisu, had she? If she was sharing the same the memories of someone she never met, it would make sense if she wanted to know more about her.
あいつはマキセ・クリスはとにかく好奇心の強いやつだったよ。
ふむふむ。
その上頑固で、自分が正しいと思ったことは誰に何を言われても決して曲げることはなかった。
そうなんだ。
不遜で強がりで、そのくせ寂しがり屋で。
The memories of all the conversations I had with Kurisu and everything I'd gone through with her came flooding back into my mind. I talked to her here just like this once before, come to think of it. Not in this world line though.
それに怒ると怖かった。
怖い？どんな風に？
回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺すなんて物騒なこと言われたりしたよ。
へえ。
And then for some reason, she ran a few steps forward and spun around. And then...
そんなこと言ってると、回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺すわよ。今すぐ回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやろうかしら。
Kurisu.
なんてこんな感じ？オカリンさん？
あ、いや。
The memories of Kurisu inside Kaguri. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kaguri's head, would Shina Kaguri become Mikise Kurisu? It was a stupid idea. Personality and memories were different things. But even so, if her memories turned into Kurisu's completely, if that happened...
オカリンさん。
え？
Kaguri wandered back up to me and put her weight against me. It was so sudden I caught my breath. I could feel her warmth on my chest. The feeling of her skin. It reminded me of Kurisu.
クリス。
The sound of her pained moan brought me back to reality.
どうした？係。頭が痛いのか
？Kaguri's body twitched in my arms.
やだ。もうあんなとこ帰りたくない。助けて。誰かここから出して。
どうしたんだ係。
助けてママ。どうして助けてくれないの？ママ。
落ち着け。落ち着くんだ係。
I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling anymore. The people on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it.
大丈夫。大丈夫だから。
オカリンさん。
歩けるか。とにかくラボに戻ろう。
She finally calmed down, but seemed to still be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulder as I took her back to the lab. Once we got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Ever. Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she would still moan. I'd contacted Mayuri and the others, and they were probably going to arrive soon, but the words she'd said before.
助けて！誰かここから出して！助けてママ！どうして助けてくれないの？ママ！
What was that? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was. Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Lukaku came running in.
係さん、大丈夫なんですか？
ああ、今はよく眠っている。
Forever.
よかった。
She must have heard us talking because Kaguri's eyes slowly opened.
係さん。
あれ？ここどこ？
Why is Kaguri allowed to have a side profile? She looked around,
落
afraid.
ち着いて。ここはラボですよ。
ラボ？日本？
そうだよ。日本の秋葉原だよ。
日本。私、日本に。ああ、そっか。私、交換留学で。そういえば、公演の準備は。
留学？
様子が変です。
ねえ、オカリン。
Exchange program. Lecture. Those were Kurisu's memories.
あれ？論文はパパに見てもらおうと思って頑張って書いたんだけど。
落ち着け係。それは君の記憶じゃない。
Kaguri looked up at me in a daze.
オカリンさん。
そう。お前は椎名係だ。牧瀬クリスじゃない。
係。私は椎名係。
ルカ子、悪いが係のことを頼む。
はい。
Here you go, Lukaku. It's your problem now. Bye. Kaguri was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to Yanabayashi Shrine. But maybe we weren't going to be able to look after Kaguri ourselves after all. Maybe we should take her to a hospital. Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? I kept thinking about that as I walked along.
今日はマユシーも一緒に泊まることにするね。
ああ、そうしてもらえると助かる。
It would make Kaguri feel a lot better.
なるべく普段と同じように接してやってくれ。
わかった。
I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, then headed back to the lab.
かがり、ひどいの？
That was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. She and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan. But they were still worried anyways, probably.
今は落ち着いてるが、一時はかなり混乱していた。
やっぱりクリスの記憶？
ああ。ここまで来ると、もう間違いないだろう。
I still didn't know why, but inside Kaguri's mind were Mikise Kurisu's memories. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could hope to do was figure out how this had happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we needed to get her back to normal, to erase Kurisu's memories and restore the original Kaguri. And for that, we needed the help of a specialist. Hyajo Maho was a specialist in that sense. There was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kaguri was from the future. In this world line, Maho didn't know about Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future or the time machine. Was it okay to tell her?
ねえ、あなたたちはかがりさんとはどうやって知り合ったの？漆原さんのところに来る前は、彼女はどこで何をしていたのかしら？かがりは千葉の県境で倒れていたところを助けられたんだ。意識を取り戻した時点で、それ以前の記憶はなかった。
That was the same as the last world line.
でも、子供の頃の記憶はあるんでしょ？鈴葉さんは彼女と知り合いだったのよね。子供の頃の彼女はどこで何をしていたの？
I don't know how to answer my phone on the controller. Hold on. Is Kaguri-chan okay? She's fine, don't worry. But I'm so worried. You getting worried will just make things worse. Show her a smile. Yeah. This is harder for Kaguri than any of us. We need to cheer her up. You're right, thanks. Thank Mew. Sorry, Hank Mew. Cancel. Phone. Go away. She felt responsible for what Kaguri was going through right now, probably. I could see on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kaguri somehow.
おじさん、どうする？ヒヤジョーさんに話しても。
Maho was a scientist. If we told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on a time machine. This was a big risk. But
かがりを救う方法を突き止めるためにはやむを得ないか。
I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now was helping Kaguri. Suzuha nodded back and then turned to face Maho.
今から話すことを知っているのはごく一部の人間しかいない。だからヒヤジョーさんも決して他の誰かに漏らしたりはしないで。なんなの急に。
Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. But Suzuha kept talking.
冗談に聞こえるかもしれないけど、冗談なんかじゃないんだ。約束できるか否か。答えは2つに1つだ。
Maho looked at me, hesitant. But she must have seen something in my face.
わかったわ。誰にも言わない。約束する。
She nodded.
それじゃあ、まずはさっきの質問の答え。子供の頃、私とかがりがどこで何をしていたか。私たちは 第三次世界大戦が終わった後の未だ各地で内戦が続く戦時下に暮らしていた。2036年のね。
Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger.
からかわないで。人が真剣に聞いてるのに。
Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold and staring straight into Maho's.
ヒアジョーさん、鈴葉が最初に忠告したはずだ。これは作り話でも冗談でもない。鈴葉とかがりは25年後の未来からやってきた存在なんだ。タイムマシンでな。
タイムマシン？そんなものが作れるわけが。
その理論の大元を作ったのがマキセ・クリスだと言ってもか。
The second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そんなの。わかった。聞くだけは聞くわ。
Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu, about the D-mails, what happened in the Alpha World line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, a tractor field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death.
とりあえず話を整理させて。つまり鈴葉さんとかがりさんは岡部さんに未来を変えてもらうために2036年からやってきたと、そういうのね。
そうだよ。
Maho sank into the sofa and sighed.
岡部さんにそんな大層なことができるとは思えないわ。
I mean...
たった一人の人間に全人類の命運がかかっているなんて。
俺だって無理だと思っている。
I'd given up, actually, on the entire future.
到底信じられない話ではある。あるけど。でも、あなたの言ったその理論なら、確かにタイムリープは可能かもしれない。それに何より、その理論の元を作ったのはクリスなんでしょ？だったら検証に値するわ。だってあの子は天才だもの。
Her words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy.
信じるんだな。
その代わり今度見せてほしいわね。そのタイムマシンを。乗ってきたって言うならあるんでしょ？どこかに。
ある。すぐ近くにね。
検証作業は必要だけど、とりあえずあなたたちの話を信じることにする。だからあなたたちも私に信じさせるよう協力して。
わかった。
There was no hesitation in her
あり
voice.
がとう。
If Suzuha said it was okay, it wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered.
話をかがりの件に戻そう。さっきも言ったように、はぐれたのは彼女が10歳の頃。そしてそれ以降、先月になって見つかるまでの足取りは全くつかめていない。俺はその間、彼女が海外にいたんじゃないかと考えている。
For how long, I had no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week.
オカリンおじさんの仮説だと、ビクトル・コンドリア大学にいたことになるね。
ああ。そして、何らかの形でアマデウスと接触した。
The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Kurisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kaguri's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. exchange program, lecture. These fragments of memories were all from before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she left America. That was another match.
この前レスキネン教授に確認してみたんだけど、クリスの記憶データは凍結されたまま誰もアクセスできないはずだと言っていたわ。ただそれが事実かどうかを確かめる権限は今の私にはない。それにプロジェクトが凍結される前に何者かがデータを持ち出したことだって考えられるし。
持ち出すことのできる人間はアマデウスの研究に携わっていた人間に限定されるんじゃないか。
そうとは限らない。外部からサーバーに侵入すれば誰にだってできることよ。
Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker.
問題は目的ね。岡部さんの仮説が正しいとしてなぜそんなことをする必要があったのか。
The most obvious possibility is that someone wanted access to Mikise Kurisu's mind. But Amadeus should suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain. And why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she only published a single paper. There was no reason to think that it would be important to anyone. Unless...
もしクリスの記憶の中にタイムマシン理論の基礎があることを何者かが知ったとしたら。
Someone out there would want it.
でもクリスがその理論に行き着いたのはあなたの言う別の世界線なんでしょ？
中鉢論文を知ってるか？
中鉢？それってロシアに亡命した？
そうだ。
例の論文には私も軽く目を通したけど、とても論文と言えるものではなかったわ。
あれは劣化コピーだと俺は考えている。オリジナルが別に存在するんだ。
一体何の話？
ドクター中鉢の本名は牧瀬正一。クリスの実の父だ。
I thought back to what I saw that day.
私も考えてみたの。タイムマシンは作れるのかどうか。読んで。パパの意見を聞かせてほしい。
悪くない内容だ。
本当？この論文はパパと共同署名でもいいと私は思って。
学会には出すな。これは私が預かっておく。
そういえばクリスが日本に行く前に言ってたの、父親に会うって。新しい理論の発表会をするらしくて、その招待状が来たって。
That day, Nakabachi had stolen Kurisu's paper, and after he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day and what happened right after, so I've been avoiding it. But I heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it had become something of a running gag. But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Kurisu's theory, and her original still existed somewhere else. That's right. Kurisu had written the original theory, and it had been better than that. She actually succeeded in making the time leap machine.
それじゃあ、その論文の存在を知った誰かがクリスの記憶からタイムマシンに関する理論を取り出そうとしてるってこと？
第三次世界大戦が起きたきっかけは EU とロシアによるタイムマシン競争の過熱なんだ。そこにアメリカまで横やりを入れて収拾がつかなくなった。まさに時代は歴史通りに動き出している。
Those people had attacked the lab in the last world line. Tenoji had said that they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Kurisu's time machine theory. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kaguri's mind. Alright, what fucking text message I got right now? Hope it's important. I'm worried about Kaguri-san. Believe in us. Oh. Right. That's right, I believe in you more than anyone, Okabe-san. Of course, in Hashida-san and Maho-san too. If there's anything I can do, let me know. I'll do anything. I'll let you know. Okay. Amadeus would never talk about something that it didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk. Maybe. Maybe they'd done that to Kaguri. Of course, this was just a guess. But if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kaguri, it was quite possible.
記憶のデータを脳に移植するか。
可能なんだろう。今の技術でも。クリスはそれを成し遂げた。それはクリスが研究していたことの応用だと言っていた。
ええ、そうね。可能よ。それに、もともとアマデウスはそのために作られたものなんだし。
Medical applications, wasn't it? Luskinen had talked about it at a seminar and Maho had interpreted. In this world line, Amadeus had been shut down and the seminar had never happened though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right. The memory data transplants were theoretically possible.
クリスの考え出したタイムリープマシンだってその応用だわ。
もっとも、そのどちらも自分の頭の中に自分の記憶を移植するという目的で作られたものだがな。
And Kurisu had said that even that was dangerous.
じゃあ、
Hey, what's up?
他人の脳に別人の記憶を移植するとどうなる？単純に OS の違う PC のハードディスクに別のデータをコピーというわけにはいかないと思う。
OS. Short for operating system, the basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows other programs to operate in parallel. Wow, cool.
そもそも人間の脳のキャパシティがどれくらいあるのかすら分かっていないの。容量的なことだけを言えば、20歳の女性2人分の記憶くらいは余裕で保存できるというデータはあるけど。
Daru had once told me that the brain's storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes.
だけど、問題はそれ以外の部分。岡部さんの言う通り、自分自身の頭に記憶をダウンロードすることすらまだ実用段階には至っていない。それなのに他人の記憶をとなるといつ齟齬を起こしてもおかしくないわ。そして実際に今そのエラーは起きつつある。このまま放っておくとかがりはどうなる？ひょっとしてマキセ・クリスになってしまうのか？記憶と人格は別物よ。脳の中で記憶を扱うのは海馬と大脳皮質。一方で人格は前頭前野の働きによって形成されている。それらの働きはお互い密接につながっている部分も大きいわ。
Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality.
2つの記憶が混在することで脳に対する負担もかなり大きくなってるはず。このまま放っておいた場合、最悪かがりさんの人格は崩壊よ。
Suzuha slammed her fists into her knees in frustration.
それを防ぐ手立てはあると思うか？
かがりさんの頭の中からクリスの記憶を取り除くしかないでしょうね。
できそうか？
脳のデータが解析できれば、あるいはでもできるようになるとしても何年先か。
Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kaguri run away.
一つ手があるとするなら、もう一度過去のかがりさんの記憶を上書きすることかしら。
もう一度記憶を。
そもそもかがりさんの記憶を操作した人間はかがりさんの記憶を残すつもりはなかったと思うの。
She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they intended. In a sense, they had failed.
だったらもう一度かがりさんの記憶をきちんとした装置で脳に上書きしてあげれば、あるいは元通りにできるかもしれない。
しかしそのためにはかがりの記憶データがないと。
Well, I guess she'll just have to be Kurisu.
バックアップが取ってあることを期待するしかないわね。装置はどうする？簡単に見つかればいいけど。ないなら作ればいいわ。
そんな簡単に。
でもクリスは作れたんでしょ？
え？
Oh, right. It had to work similarly to the time leap machine.
だったら私にも作れる。うん。作ってみせる。
I might be able to help with that.
問題は記憶データがどこにあるかね。こればっかりは何とかして突き止めるしか方法がないわ。
But there simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. Who might be Yuki. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it from my mind.
何かいい方法でも思いついた？
いや、なんでもない。
It wasn't Amane Yuki. It couldn't be. We talked late into the night, trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kaguri. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas.
信じられない。でも本当なのよね。
I like the anime butts poster up there. On the train back, Hiyajo Maho was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they came from the future, and Okabe Rintaro's story about the time leap machine. Normally she'd never believe them, but if Mikise Kurisu's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Kurisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. Oh shit, there's fucking corpse party up there. Didn't even notice that one. Ugh, I can't get away. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the Radakan and showed her a real time machine. It was night, and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start working on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. The time leap machine that Kurisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant that she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour.
Maho!
As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale.
何これ？
Oh no! The room had clearly been ransacked. Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Leskinen's desks were clearly being searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she'd escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too.
これは何があったんですか？
何者かが侵入したらしいんだ。
泥棒ってことですか？
私が来た時にはこの状態だったの。もしかしたら企業スパイの類かもしれないわね。
こんな何もないところで。
Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people knew this office existed to begin with. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Could this have something to do with what he said? Was a secret war over the time machine already beginning?
とにかく魔法、君も何か盗まれていないか調べたまえ。
はい。
どうだい？何か取られていたものはあったかい？
いえ、私の方は何も。
She checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing.
教授たちは？
こちらも何も盗まれてはいないようだわ。
PC の中も確かめてみたが、第三者にアクセスされた形跡は見られない。本当に何も取られてないかい？
はい。
そういえば魔法、君のノート PC はどうした？もしかして盗まれたんじゃないか？
ああ、あれならホテルに置いてあるから大丈夫です。
そうか、ならいいんだが。
どうする？警察に連絡する？
何も取られていないなら、ことを荒立てる必要はないのかもしれないな。
そうね。少し様子を見ましょうか。
I guess. Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. And more than anything, Dr. Leskinen probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho, too.
教授、実はお願いがあるんです。
Dr. Leskinen agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the time leap machine. Once she got back to her hotel room, she quickly got her things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things so that she could stay at the lab for a while.
よし。
She needs her desk toilet paper. Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and portable hard drive that she'd gotten from Kurisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。確か彼。
After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea, if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Kurisu wanted. She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Kurisu would get mad at her. Life and death were like a binary 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death. If it existed at all, it existed inside the brain. Several days passed, and I still had no idea who planted the memories in Kaguri's head. I went all the way out to talk to the priest who'd found her, and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I had no luck. Suzuha seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back to the lab since then. She was in touch with Daru at regular intervals, so I don't think she was in danger. I asked Tenoji and Moeka again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. In this world line, the lab hadn't even been attacked, which meant that they might be up to something else. Even if they were, I had no way of imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped a young Shina Kaguri and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. We didn't have time to wait for them to act, but without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute.
すみません、真帆先輩。私のために。
あと少しでできそうだから。それに、これは私のためでもあるんだし。
Maho staggered out of the development room, sank into the sofa, and smiled sleepily. There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off soon, as fast as possible.
それにしても、携帯電話を使うだなんて普通考えないわ。たとえ考えついたとしても、実行に移そうなんて思わない。
携帯は離すときにどうしても受話器をこめかみ付近に近づける必要があるからな。
こめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉がありますからね。側頭葉の海馬妨害が記憶を貯蓄する場所だと考えると妥当な判断かと。
問題はどうやって記憶を圧縮させるかよね。
それについてはもっか僕が毎日徹夜で頑張ってるわけだが。
すまないな、ダル。
しかもハッキングがここからだって絶対にバレないようになんて言うから大変だっつうの。他のバイトだってあるのにさ。
No, in this branch, instead of working on the Amadeus project of creating an AI with all the memories of Kurisu, they instead decided to, experiment on people and insert the memories into people where they could extract those memories through torture. Or at least that's what it seems like so far. To compress the memories, we needed CERN's LHC no matter what. What's that? Short for Large Hadron Collider, a device that accelerates charged particles in order to research the reactions that result when such particles collide. Built by CERN and located 100 meters below the grounds in Geneva, Switzerland, it is the world's largest ring-shaped particle accelerator at 27 kilometers long. That one took a lot of thought. If we made an enemy out of CERN, that tragedy I'd gone through before would repeat. But the main reason that CERN had attacked us was the D-mails we'd sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mails, CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBN 5100 that we needed for the hack. Things were coming together better than I expected.
にしてもさ、オカリン、彼女、ほんと別人みたいなんですけど。
ああ。
I nodded at Daru. For the past few days, more of Kurisu's memories had been invading Kaguri's mind. Lately, she'd even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. She was actually acting just like Kurisu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details out of the device from Kurisu, so it seemed to be helping.
それにしても、こんなラボで本当にタイムリープマシンを作ってたなんて、実際にタイムマシンを目にした今でも信じられないわ。
でも人間の記憶を丸ごとデータ化して過去に飛ばすなんて発想はすごいですよね。さすがは真帆先輩。
その言葉、そっくりそのままあなたに返してあげるわ。
はい？
あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。
Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking that it was Maho and Kurisu talking.
なあ、かがり。
そうだ、アマデウスで思い出しましたけど、プロジェクトはどうなってるんですか？
残念ながら凍結されたわ。
かがり。
凍結？どうして？もしかしてレスキネン教授が決めたんですか？
私にもわからないわ。教授はもっと上からの指示だって言ってたけど。
そんな、せっかく順調に言ってたのに。
なあ、クリス。
はい？あれ？私、今。
君はかがり。椎名かがりだよな。
椎名かがり。そう、私は椎名かがり。私は。
Kagari suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid.
でも、それじゃあ、これは。この頭の中にある記憶は何？
それはマキセ・クリスの記憶だ。君の記憶じゃない。
そんなこと言われてもわかんないよ。
Kagari was acting completely different now that she was a moment ago with Maho. She raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum.
だって、私にとっては私の記憶でしかないんだもん。マユリママたちとの記憶も、子供の頃のパパとの記憶も、アメリカの大学での出来事も、全部私の中にあるんだもん。どれが本当でどれか嘘かなんて、私わかんないよ。
Her words turned to sobs. I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself, but it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. I remembered when Kurisu had said, or what Kurisu had said when she finished the time leap machine. She said that you could never put your memories inside someone else's mind. It would destroy their personality. But if, just if we were to leave Kagari like this, what would happen? There was a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Kurisu's would remain. If that happened, who would the person in front of me become? Would they be Kagari, or would they be Kurisu? If it was Kurisu, that wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. But the more I thought, the more I felt a horrible idea tugging at my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it.
私、どうしたらいいの？助けて。ママ、パパ。
It would have been great if Mayuri was around. But unfortunately, both she and Lukaku had gone to school. Both of them were worried about Kagari, and had told me to contact them if anything came up, but that didn't mean I could rely on them at all times.
かがりたん、ちょっと気分転換に散歩でもしてきたらどう？
そうね。人間じっとしてると余計なこと考えちゃうものよ。少しくらい体を動かした方がいいかもしれないわね。
というわけでオカリン、かがりたんを頼んだ。
わかった。
The two of us walked out to Chodori together, but we didn't really have anything to do. The air outside must have made her feel a little better because Kagari was starting to calm down.
その、どこか行きたいところあるかな？
どこでもいいの？
ああ、君の行きたいところでいい。
それじゃあ、クリスさんと行ったところに連れてってほしい。
え？
オカリンさんがクリスさんと歩いたことのある場所に連れて行って。
Somewhere I'd been with Kurisu. Where could that be? the coin laundry in the neighborhood, Horin Park, Sanbo's beef bowl. I hadn't spent a lot of time with her at fun or romantic places. I spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different world lines. I'd gone through that time again and again, but most of it had been spent arguing and working with her at the lab. We never spent any time going places to have fun, and we never made it to Aomori either.
オカリンさんがクリスさんと初めて会ったのはどこ？
初めて会った場所。
私、そこに行きたい。
That's gonna be a tough one. The place where Kurisu and I met, it was...
ここが
A brightly colored building in front of Akihabara Station, Radakan. This is where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after that when I met Kurisu. I could still remember it. The challenging look in her eyes. Thinking back, I may have already fallen in love with her then. But even though this was the place I had met her, this was also the place where I'd...
Okarin-san, どうしたの？
すまない。
Lately, I'd been so busy with Kaguri that I started to think I was getting a little better, but maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい。ごめん。もしかして私のせい？
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ただ。
Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember what happened that day. But...
行こう。
いいの？具合悪いんでしょ？
大丈夫だ。
I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep my Daru and the others worrying forever. If I needed to get over it at some point, then...
わかった。それじゃ、行こう。
Something soft touched my hand. Kaguri was holding my hand tightly in hers.
ありがとう。
Kaguri led me down the bustling street toward Radakan. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I'd gone inside, I was still doing better than I thought I would. But I still didn't feel like climbing the stairs where it had happened. We took the elevator to the roof. Ferris, also known as Akiha Rumiho, had carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. I'd been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. The first thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine.
懐かしい。これ。私、これに乗ってきたんだよ。
Kaguri happily ran to the time machine. It was right after she separated from Suzuha that she lost her memories. She remembered going from the future to this place in 1975.
初めてこのビルの上に降りた時にね、お空がすっごく綺麗でびっくりしたの。
Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kaguri spoke as if it were an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us.
私、ママと別れるのが嫌で、ずっとこのマシンの中で泣いてた。ママに会いたいよって。そんなことじゃダメだ。いつまでも泣くんじゃないって、鈴葉お姉ちゃんに言われて、それでも悲しくて。そんな時に開いたハッチの外に見えたのが青い空だったの。
2036年の空は青くないのか？
うん。戦争の影響でね、ずっと黒くて暗い空。それに
外にもなかなか出してもらえないし。
The mid-70s were right after the big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. That was also when air pollution was a really big deal. The air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed beautiful to her anyways, that must have meant that the air in the future was really terrible.
オカリンさんはここでクリスさんと初めて会ったの？
いや、ここじゃない。ここは。
お。
A cold drop hit my nose.
降ってきちゃった。
ああ、そうだな。
That's right.
岡部か。
生きてたか。
そっか。ここだとあんたと会っちゃう可能性があること忘れてた。
何をしていたんだ？
考え事。
そうか。
The rain had been falling then too. When she learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and look at the sky like this.
すごい降ってきたよ。オカリンさん、中に。オカリンさん。
What had she been thinking then? When she entrusted her fate to another person, to me.
オカリンさんたら、このままじゃ風邪ひいちゃうよ。早くこっちに。
Kaguri dragged me inside, away from the noise of the falling rain. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. The place was being renovated, and none of the stores were open. The lights were off too, and it made the place seem very gloomy.
びっくり。
That day, after the rain, Kurisu and I had leaned up against each other and talked. And this was also the place where...
ここだよ。
え？
ここが俺とクリスが初めて会った場所だ。
Strictly speaking, this is where I first met her in the Beta World line. That day, half a year ago.
さっき私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
さっきとはいつのことだ？
ほんの15分くらい前、会見が始まる前に。私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして。まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. I wished I'd never met her. If only I'd known that this would be the result. If I'd never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way.
オカリンさん。
I felt something soft touch my face.
カガリ。
私が怖がっていると、ママがよくこうしてくれたの。
どうして？
だってオカリンさんすごく辛そうで、今にも泣き出しそうなんだもん。
Kaguri patted me on the head again and again as if I were a child.
あいつとクリスと初めて会ったのはここだった。
ここってこの踊り場？
ああ、最初の印象は最悪。初めて会ったっていうのに上から目線だわ、睨みつけてくる場で可愛さのかけらもなかった。もっとも向こうだってそう思ってただろうけどな。
After all, at the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents.
でも
それでもクリスさんはオカリンさんにとって大切な人になった。
あ、
That was in the Alpha World line, though. Right after I met Kurisu in this one, she...
私の顔ってクリスさんによく似てるんだよね。
どうしてそれを？
先輩、真帆さんから聞いたの。それでネットで調べてみたんだけど、自分でもびっくりするくらい似てた。そんな人の記憶が私の中にあるなんて、それも運命なのかなって。
Fate. It always was. Fate laughed at us. It toyed with us.
ねえ、もしも。
A drop of rain ran down Kaguri's hair and hit the floor.
もしもね、椎名かがりの記憶がなくなって完全にクリスさんの記憶に入れ替わるとしたら、そしたら私はマキセクリスになっちゃうのかな。
そう簡単にいくものじゃないよ。
でももしもだよ、もしもそうなるならオカリンさんは嬉しい？私がクリスさんになったらオカリンさんは嬉しい？
It was the voice of the demon I tried so many times to ignore.
俺は
I didn't want that. Or did I?
でも私はやっぱり嫌だな。
Another drop of rain struck the floor.
このまま自分がどうやって生きてきたのかもわからないまま、誰からも必要とされないまま消えちゃうなんて。
かがり、
私どうなっちゃうのかな。私は
Kaguri was shaking a little. It wasn't just because of the cold.
ごめん。
いや、
I never did figure out what she was apologizing for.
このままじゃ風邪をひく。そろそろ帰ろう。
とにかく上がってください。
The first time I went into Lakako's room, it really did look like a girl's room.
うわあ、二人ともずぶ濡れ。急いで着替えなきゃ。
Yanabayashi Shrine was closer to Radicon than the lab, so I decided to bring Kaguri there. Mayuri had sent me a message on the way, so I had her come here first. I like that sassy dog in the background. I figured that Kaguri needed Mommy Mayuri right now more than she needed me.
Mama.
Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かったでしょう。
お風呂沸かしてきますね。
Lukako handed us towels to wipe away the rain, and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂ママと一緒がいい。
マユシーと？うん、いいよ。あ、でもオカリンはどうする？
いや、俺はいい。かがりを先に入れてやってくれ。
うん、ありがとう。オカリンも風邪ひいちゃうから着替えだけでもしてね。
なんとかする。
Maybe I could borrow Lukaku's father's clothes. Just as I got up to leave the room.
かがりちゃん？
What the fuck? Sounded like someone opened a drawer.
どうしたの？かがりちゃん。
Something was wrong with Kaguri. She was staring at Mayuri's face, confused.
かがり
誰？え？あなたは誰？
マユシーだよ、かがりちゃん。
かがり？私の名前？
かがり。
違う。私は誰なの？私は
Kagari tore at her hair and let loose a cry that sounded like it came from the pits of hell.
しっかりしろ、かがり。
痛いよママ。助けてパパ、助けて。誰か助けて。私を助けてよ。誰か助け。かがりちゃん。
She was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All the strength left her body and she fell forward. By the time I left Lukaku's house, the rain had stopped. We waited for a while after that, but Kagari showed no signs of waking up. She looked peaceful as she was sleeping, so I decided to leave her to Mayuri and Lukaku and head back to the lab. Alright, Lukaku, your problem again. Bye. According to the two of them, she'd gotten confused several times in the past. But never like this. We might have underestimated how dangerous her situation really was. Her brain was probably under a lot of stress already. We needed a way to deal with this, and now. But for that... The second I opened the door, I heard Daru and Maho yelling.
本当か？
I ran inside without even taking the time to remove my shoes.
おかりん、なんつうグッドタイミング。
岡部さん、びしょ濡れじゃない。
そんなことはどうでもいい。それよりも、やったのか？
むふ。
Daru gave me a thumbs up.
でかしたダル。
スーパーハッカーなのだぜ。これくらい当然だっつーの。
He could say that, but I knew exactly how much talent and effort it took to hack CERN. Your average hacker couldn't do it. The name Super Hacker wasn't just for show.
ヒアジョーさんは？ヒアジョーさんの方も完成したのか？
私だってこれくらいどうってことなかったわ。
Maho stuck her thumb up just like Daru had.
さすがだな。
まあ、これも全部あなたやかがりさんから情報を得られたからなんだけど、そういう意味ではかがりさんの中にクリスの記憶が残っていて助かったわね。
いや、それでも完成させたのはヒアジョーさんの力だ。
ありがとう。その言葉素直に受け取っておくわ。あとは実際にきちんと機能するかどうかが問題だけど、こればっかりは試してみるわけにもいかないのよね。
そうだな。
僕はキッチン二郎3回な。
Sure thing. Anyways, everything was ready. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem.
それじゃ私はちょっと眠らせてもらうわ。さすがに疲れる。
The sound of a ringing phone cut her off.
もう誰よ、人がこれから寝ようって時に。はい、もしもし。
She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room.
で、かがりたんの方はどうなん？
それなんだが。
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna check my freaking phone. Nope. There we go. Kaguri-san woke up. She's calmed down. I let out a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. I don't have any options, so... Got it. Sorry, can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need you.
実はあまり良くない。今日なんて真由りのことすら分からなくなった。
マジで？
それだけじゃない。その後ひどい頭痛を訴えて意識を失った。
それまずくね？
まずいな。なんとかしないと。
But unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do.
本当ですか？
Daru and I exchanged glances at a sudden voice from the development room.
真帆たん、どうしたん？
何かあったのか？
When we looked inside, Maho turned around in a state of shock.
荒らされたって。私の借りてたホテルの部屋。
Oh, that sucks. The call was from the hotel. Maho was staying at a business hotel in Wako City. Sometime in the past few days while she had been staying here, someone had ransacked it. She left her keycard with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search the room.
それで詳しい状況は分かったのか？
今から警察に連絡するから、何が盗まれてるか調べるためにも早く戻ってこいって。
じゃあ何が取られたかわからんってこと？もしかして下着とかも？
Yeah, maybe.
そういうのは全部持ってきてるわよ。セクハラで訴えましょうか？
うひー、それだけは勘弁。
まあ私の部屋って普段から散らかってるから荒らされてるように見えただけって可能性もある。楽観的に考えればね。鍵が開けられてたって言うから誰かが入ったのは間違いないでしょうけど、実はついこの間もオフィスの方が荒らされたことがあって。
じゃあ単なる偶然じゃないな。何者かがヒヤジョーさんの持っている何かを探しているんだ。
そうね。でも何を探しているのかは見当がついてるわ。
なんだ？
クリスのノート PC よ。
あれか。
Putting all the pieces together, it seemed like the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to overwrite Kaguri's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Karisu's memories. But since their experiment had failed and Kaguri had escaped, they turned their attention to the other thing Karisu had left behind. The laptop and hard drive that Maho had. But if they were after that, did that mean that they had it now?
つかその PC ってこの前真帆たんが僕に託したやつ？
何？
実はね、どうしてもパスワードを解析したくてここにこもるようになってから橋田さんにお願いしたの。
それじゃあノート PC は？
無事のはずよ。ね？
もちろん今は僕の秘密のアジトにあるのだぜ。つってもずっとセルンのハッキングにかかりきりだったからまだパスワードは解析できてないけどね。
That made me feel a lot better. Now, if only we knew who had broken into her room. But it wouldn't be that easy. Still, if they'd done something like that, they must be starting to panic. What would they do next? Wait a second.
もしかしたらこれは使えるかもしれない。
使えるって？
I didn't want to waste time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made the call. Several days later, Kaguri's condition was getting worse. Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara got quiet early. The ever-busy electronics stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all of that gave way to silence as soon as the night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face and was trying to avoid letting anyone see her while she walked, as if she were hiding from someone, as if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly, there were men behind her too. One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she'd listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of a foreign accent. The girl they called Kaguri was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "This is the easiest job in the world." All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There was no need to bring this many people. No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone there felt the same way. The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This was too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand, he thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then he fell to the ground, clutching his hand. It looked like 3 sausages lying on the ground. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. The men began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
They leapt at the girl, swearing, but that one was pretty okay. One of the men who was trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed.
Oi, oi. 静かにしな。あんまりうるさくするとおめえらも困るんじゃねえのか?
What the fuck? A huge man came out of the darkness, silhouetted by the moon. Well, wait! Go back! That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down one after the other. I knew from his size that Tennoji was strong. It was the other girl that really shocked me. Her disguise ruined, Suzuha jumped around like a cat. Every time she moved, the men around her quivered. I knew she undergone combat training, but I had no idea that she was this strong when she was serious. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art.
Yaru janei ka, baita.
店長もね。
The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier, when I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last world line, Mueka had told me that someone was looking for Kaguri. I wondered if that was true in this world line too. So I asked Mueka to leak some information for me. The girl matching Shina Kaguri's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days later, they'd all taken the bait. I hung back behind the corner of an alley, watching them fight. I felt kind of pathetic. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I'd actually just get in the way. So it was smarter to leave it to them.
そっちはどう?
I heard Daru's voice from the earphone on one of my ears. I'd called him and left the call connected so we could talk at any time.
鈴葉は大丈夫? 怪我してない?
Daru had been opposed to Suzuha's plan to use herself as a decoy. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger.
心配いらない。お前の娘は想像よりずっとすごいよ。
そりゃ僕の娘だからね。でも傷物になんかされたらおかりん。一生恨むからな。
He'd be better off worrying about the other people she was fighting. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. At the signal, the men started to turn and run. They'd realized they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat.
おっと、そうはいくかよ。
Tenoji's giant arms grabbed one of the men's hands. But... Oh, fuck. Oh, there is a hollow popping sound and the man's body went limp. No way. He was dead. He took his own life? A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men was coming toward the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all of this would be for nothing. I ran out in front of the man without even thinking. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment, but he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding on to something shiny near his waist. Oops. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick. The kick knocked him directly into Tenoji's waiting arms. Tenoji caught him easily, then spun the man's arms around his back so he couldn't hurt himself.
おじさん、怪我は？大丈夫？
なんともない。
おかりん、どうしたん？何があった？
心配するな。こっちはみんな無事だ。それより鈴葉、奴は？
Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tenoji had jammed what looked like a towel into it. He was probably trying to keep him from killing himself like the last guy.
おいおい、あんまり暴れるんじゃねえよ。騒ぎになって困るのはおめえもだろうが。それにまだ1本目だぜ。情けねえ。あとまだ9本も残ってる。それが終わったら目だ。それから両方の耳、鼻。まだまだお楽しみはいっぱいあるんだぜ。
His voice was cold. This was the real Tenoji. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Suzuha was watching without flinching in the slightest.
俺だって面倒な真似はしたくねえ。どうせ吐くんなら早めに吐いた方がお互いのためだと思うぜ。ん？どうだ？もう一本行くか。
The man shook his head violently.
最初からそうすりゃいいんだよ。で、おめえさんたちの元締めは 誰だ?
Tenoji took the towel out of the man's mouth. He said something in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tenoji's pallor suddenly changed.
Strato4?
Hold on a second. Let me catch up real quick just to make sure. I think this is the date I need to be watching out for. Okay. Cool.
冗談じゃねえだろな。
The man desperately shook his head again.
ストラト4か。また面倒な奴らが。
Stratfo. I've heard of him. Back when I was into conspiracy theories, I looked them up on the internet. Their real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. They specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a CERN rounder like Tenoji said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time for being scared.
聞いたか誰今すぐにストラト4のサーバーにハッキングをかけてくれ
オキドキ
I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. But there wasn't time for that. This was where things really began.
どうしたの店長何か気にかかることでも
いや、ストラト4といや民間の会社だぜ。いわば金によって雇われてる連中だ。そんな奴らがいくら捕まったからって自決までするか?
It did seem strange, come to think of it.
おい、おめえ本当に?
Tenoji tried to wring the man's neck again, but...
気を失ってやがる。だらしねえやつだ。
Tenoji sighed and took out a rope, then started to tie him up. Oh nice, he's coming home.
後始末は俺に任せて。おめえらは行け。
いいんですか
これで終わりじゃねえんだろ。
I was a little curious what he intended to do with him, but...
後のことはお願いします。
Oh no, Tenoji's about to turn into a giant thumb and shoot him. I had other priorities right now. I said my thanks to Tenoji and hurried to the lab with Suzuha.
おじさん早く
分かってる
Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri, Ferris, and everyone else was already there waiting. And Kaguri too. Kaguri was lying on the couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. Something bad could happen to her at any moment.
なるどうだ
ちょい待ち前にハッキングかけた時のルートがあるから今探ってる
前にってお前そんな危険なことをしてたのか
ちょっとね友達と賭けでねどっちが早くハックできるか勝負したんだゴーゴーカレー1年分
He probably had no idea how dangerous that was.
あれどっちが勝ったか聞かないん
From the way he was acting, there was no need to even ask.
とにかく急いでくれ
ラジャー
Since their plan to steal back Kaguri's had failed, since their plan to steal back Kaguri had failed, there was a good chance Stratfo would resort to even more desperate measures. There was no time to waste. And...
オカリン、顔色悪いよ。
いや、なんでもない。
なんでもないこと
It's nothing,
ない
I'll just die.
見せるにゃ。
Ferris ripped off my coat.
ひどい怪我してるにゃ。
岡部さん、違う。
オカリン。
I tried to avoid looking at it, but there was a lot more dark blood staining the side of my shirt than I expected to see. When the man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in pretty deep.
問題ない。
問題ないわけないにゃ。ルカにゃ、応急手当ての用意を。
はい。俺は大丈夫だ。前より、それよりも、かがりは
At this point, he's gotten pretty good at getting stabbed.
かがりちゃん、しっかり。
Kaguri was still lying on the sofa, panting for breath. For the last few days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. Looks like she's about to sing there. Her hand reached up in the air.
ママ、どこにいるの？
ママはここだよ。ちゃんとそばにいるよ。
Okay, thank God they changed it. I couldn't look at that anymore. Some of the art in this one's a little off. Mayuri grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile.
私、このまま消えちゃうのかな。
大丈夫だよ。きっとオカリンとダル君が
Oh,
何
sorry.
と
I'm
かして
using
くれるから。
I'm using a controller that is like especially clicky.
オカリンさん。
そうだよ。オカリン、わかるよね。
オカリンさん。
Kaguri's lifeless eyes turned toward me.
心配しなくていい。もう少しで元通りになる。
岡部さん。私を消して。
かがり。
No.
彼女の中から私を消して。このままじゃ彼女が。
Those were Kurisu's words. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Kurisu's memories, that didn't mean she had Kurisu's personality. But...
お願い、岡部さん。私を消して。
Those were definitely Kurisu's words. At least that's how it seemed to me. I remembered what she'd said before. She told me to save my Yuri. She told me that she couldn't sacrifice my Yuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Kurisu's memories would safely settle inside Kaguri's mind. But even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd chosen to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing if those words coming out of Kaguri's mouth were from another personality created by Kurisu's memories. But there was no doubt that they were Kurisu's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why, even now, when she was nothing but memories, Did she still have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all?
ごめんね、岡部。
Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes.
誰まだか
Oh, Kurisu. I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name.
待って、もうすぐもうすぐ。
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was checking the guide. Suzuha whispered to me as she looked out the window.
1、2、3何人か集まってきてる。ストラト4だ。
Ah, shoot. Well,
誰
よし、来い来い来い。
the tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
Shoo!
Okay. Give me just a second. I need to press the buttons. Okay.
誰
シュシュシュ来た来た来たビンゴー
Nukaku and the others brought the treatment device over, but I motioned for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Maho leaned over Daru's other shoulder.
重要そうなファイルの中からサイズの大きなものを選んで。
待ってよ、大きなのずっと。もしかしてこれかな。でもファイルネームジョンって。
ジョン。
モーツァルトの洗礼名はヨハネ。きっとそれだわ。
なんかよくわからんけど OK。てか中にもファイルがいっぱいあるんですけど。
見せて。
Inside the folder were several files labeled with codes.
ファイルが増えてる。私たちの研究段階じゃこんなに多くなかった。
Which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratfo's hands somehow, and they'd gone on to do more experiments with it.
この中のどれかがカガリさんの記憶データのはずだけど。
K6205 だ。
え
K6205 番がカガリの記憶だ。誰
Cocal number 620, the magic flute.
K62 あったこれだ。
後の手はずは事前に話した通りに頼む。
Compared to Kurisu's time leap machine, the process was a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset. Or the phone wave named subject to change. All that we had to do was use the decoder program on Kaguri's memory data, then use CERN's LHC to compress it. Then we had to transfer the compressed data and send it to its cell phone.
早く完全に囲まれた。
誰準備はいいか。
オールオッケー。
よし行くぞ。
待って。
Wait. I looked up and saw that Maho was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask.
どうしたヒアジョさん。
本当にうまくいくのかしら。もし失敗したらカガリさんは。
Bro, I don't know. I'm just pressing the button. I reached my arm around Daru's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder.
大丈夫だ。俺が保証する。
岡部さん。おじさん。
カガリ。
I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kaguri lay.
岡部さん。
いいな。
Goodbye. Kurisu.
来た。
誰
了解。
The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. Sorry, I gotta save the game again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't care. The sound of the phone ringing. As all these different sounds filled the air. The last thing she said was, whether those were Kurisu's words or Kaguri's, her words were cut off by the sound of the door and the sounds of screaming. I hesitated. Not only did I hesitate to answer it, but I almost tried to snap the button to reject the call. But then Kaguri's fingers cut mine off. And then her fingers, or maybe Kurisu's, tapped the button to answer the call. And then the phone up against her head stopped ringing. And I think that's it. I think this is a fine place to stop for tomorrow. God, I hope I didn't fuck up again, but we'll find out. We're on a branch deeper than I intended to go originally tonight. We were supposed to do one of the other endings from not answering the phone earlier. That would have stopped much, much sooner. So hopefully that doesn't cause too much confusion. I'm sure it will, and I've messed up everything, but that's fine. Anyways, thanks for being here. It was kind of nice returning to this game. I might space it out with some other stuff in the next week. SMT5 is coming out very soon too, and I'm gonna be playing that a lot. But it was very nice to return to this game. It made me realize how bad Corpse Party was. But I really loved it. Tonight's chapter was pretty good. So I'll see you, friends. Have a good one. God, it's a mess in here. Hey, if you enjoyed this stream, consider subscribing. I also have a Patreon. If you rather give me money that way at dorb.gg/Patreon, because I don't know my actual URL for Patreon. And there's also the archive, dorb.gg/archive. If you want to catch up with Steins Gate, that's up there at least, I guess. Hey, thank you for the Prime. Anyways, bye friends. I will see you next time.